Test. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Good morning. This is just a test. If this were an actual announcement, it would have actual information. So never mind.
glorious good ship lollipop.
And I'm reporting from deep in the bowels of the Yellow Submarine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. From the shores of Mercer Lake, we're bringing you the Intercollegiate Rowing Association National Championships. This is day 2, Saturday, May 31st, a beautiful, beautiful morning again for intercollegiate racing. And as we get started today, let's pause a moment, honor America with the playing of our national anthem. Well, let's row. We'll move on up to the starting dock. We have event number 1 of the morning pulling onto the starting dock as we speak in lane 1. And this is varsity lightweight women's rowing. Heat 1, lane 1. Georgetown, lane 2, Boston University, lane 3, Radcliffe, lane 4, Princeton, and lane 5, Tulsa. And as I have gone through those lanes, I can see Coxon's hands in the air here. Final alignment, beautiful water up there at the start. Flat calm, tapping the bows around. The official is polling. We should have a start momentarily for Heat 1 of women's lightweight eights. Oarsmen, women are ready. Their blades are set. We're in the countdown. And we're off. So day 2, Intercollegiate Rowing Association National Championships underway, and we've got a jump slide in the near boat right off the get-go here. We'll see if this continues out. I can see that jump slide. I couldn't see the lane. Still rowing. Yeah, they're gonna call it back. Referee's shutting the crews down. We'll have to come back to the starting dock and restart this race. Now, many times on these close windows of racing, if there's breakage or if there's something that needs to be repaired, they will advance then right on to the second race and bring that first race back. We'll see. This looked like a jump slide. It was in the middle of the boat. We'll get that crew identified shortly. It was right in the first few strokes of the race. You see that occasionally. We went through a whole day of racing yesterday and didn't have any issues off the start, but that can be a pretty tough situation. The crews are turning around now. They'll return to the starting dock, and we will get back to you as we get a little closer to racing. Well, we're back up to the starting dock, the loading dock. The crews have returned to the dock. Looked like there was no need for repair. It was probably just a simple jump slide. Rower slipping off the slide at the start. Nearly all the boats are back in contact with the stake boat holders. And I say stake boat, loading dock holders. We'll run down these lanes again. Once again, this is race number 1 of the day. Women's lightweight eights, heat 1 in lane 1. Georgetown in lane 2. Boston University in lane 3. Radcliffe in lane 4. Princeton. And in lane 5, Tulsa. We should have a start momentarily. I see hands up. Coxswains trying to get centered in their lanes. The polling will begin shortly here, I'm sure. It has not begun yet. I can just tell by the posture of the rowers that we're not in the count or the polling. And the way these starts work for you that are uninitiated somewhat in watching crew races is the lanes are polled, and then there is a countdown, 5 down to 1, then attention and go. Those are the starting commands, and we're about to get into this for Heat 1 of women's lightweight eights. Crews are getting set up here, so I think the polling is probably taking place. We should have a countdown shortly, a little tapping from some of the crews. Get those boats centered up in the lanes. Georgetown, BU, Radcliffe, Princeton, and Tulsa. Moments away from a start here. We're in the countdown here. We should have a start in just a moment here. Blades are set. And we're off. Event 1 is underway. We're out at 45 strokes a minute in the middle here at Radcliffe. Princeton a little higher. Really spinning it up. Still on short slide. Beginning to lengthen a little here. Not ready to settle yet. We're still boy, they're all out. They're all out in the mid-40s. Now we're reaching a point where they're going to be able to shift a bit, lengthen out, try to find that rhythm for the middle 1,000 meters of the racing here. In the early going, Princeton's in real good shape here, and Radcliffe both out. BU is not far behind. We're about to turn this race over to Bob Jocksetter in the chase boat.
Crossing 250, it's BU, the early leader at 36 strokes a minute in the first heat of the women's lightweight 8, with Radcliffe right behind them at 35.5, and Princeton right behind Radcliffe. Those three crews are very, very close to one another. BU may have a seat and a half, and now Princeton has drawn level with Radcliffe, so it's BU by a seat and a half over Radcliffe and Princeton. It's then nearly a length back to Tulsa and another quarter length to Georgetown. So as we approach the 500 meters, BU still controlling the race, but not by much. It's 2 seats for BU over Radcliffe. Radcliffe now has 2 seats over Princeton. Radcliffe starting a little push. They're drawing up on BU. It's now a 1-seat differential there, and it's pulled them to 4 seats ahead of Princeton. So those three now have a length on Tulsa, and Tulsa with 3/4 of a length on Georgetown. We're deducing here, I'm sorry we don't have it on our sheet, that this is a 2 to qualify, as Radcliffe now draws level with BU at 700 meters gone. At 700 meters, it's Radcliffe nosing into the lead for the first time. They've got 1 seat on BU, and it's a 1/3 of a length back to Princeton as they cross 750. So it's 34 for the Radcliffe crew, who has just moved through BU. They've got about 2 seats now, but this is still going to be hard fought to the end because Princeton is still hanging right on to BU and may actually be nosing back on Boston University. It's Radcliffe now by a deck It's Radcliffe by a deck over Boston University, but Princeton looks like they're starting to creep back on Boston. It's about a third of a length now. It had been nearly a half a length. And as we approach the 1,000, Radcliffe in the lead by a quarter of a length. Boston University by a quarter of a length now over Princeton, and then open water back to Tulsa, and then Georgetown.
All right, thanks, Bob. The Radcliffe crew has emerged as the front runner here for the second 1,000, and they look like they're taking a strong push here. A little bit extra body language would indicate they're taking a 10. Boston, though, is still on top of Princeton, but not by a much. But they had a very strong start. Boston came out of the blocks in the lead, if not very close to the lead. And the Tigers have been patiently working their way back into this. All of these crews rowing a bip or two lower than some of the men's races we saw yesterday. 34.5, 35. Really, the wind conditions here, very marginal impact, but Radcliffe now at 12:50 is opened up a good 2/3 of a length lead here in the middle of the third 500. The Terriers still fighting tenaciously, have the rhythm going and are just holding off the Tigers. So we'll see what kind of move the Tigers can lay on it in the last 500. Then it's quite a bit of open water back to Tulsa and further back in lane 3 to Georgetown. I should say lane 1. Princeton starting to surge just a little bit just before the 500 to go. So let's see if the Terriers have an answer. This Boston University program, fairly new in its infancy, only a couple seasons old, have done a remarkable job of getting right up to speed with these other top crews. So a real credit to the Boston University program. The ratings will be coming up now. Boston up at 36 now. Princeton still scratching away at it, 36.5. I have not been able to get in front of the Terriers yet. They're both coming back slightly on Radcliffe now. Radcliffe still at 34.5, 35. So this will be a great finish at the crowd, as the crowd will watch it here in the camera at the finish line. Rick Clothier will take over here at 2:50 to do the rest of the commentary. But so far, the momentum is with the red shell here in lane 2. The Boston University Terriers continue to have that advantage over Princeton.
And Bob Jocksetter had it right. It's 2 to qualify, and we got 2 fighting it out for that second qualifier. Radcliffe out in front, 38 now. The other crews are up. Also, BU is making a real charge. Princeton's going to have to go to get in here. 2 to qualify. The last 15, 16 strokes of the race, Radcliffe out in front, holding 3/4 of a length, maybe a half on Boston. Boston is really coming up here. Princeton better get up and go. Down at the finish line with less than 10 strokes left, it's Radcliffe, it's BU, Princeton trailing for that qualifier. 2 to qualify. Last few strokes. Radcliffe making a move here, too, right now in front of us. Radcliffe over, BU over, and Princeton. It was close. A little more than a deck, maybe, at the end. Coming in here in 4th place, Tulsa. And on the far side, finishing up Georgetown. Tulsa now. And Georgetown over the line now. We're going to turn immediately to the starting area where Heat 2 is off the dock. In an effort to keep on the time schedule they've gone, it's lane 2 Bucknell, lane 3 Stanford, lane 4 Wisconsin, lane 5 MIT. And Wisconsin is out very strongly here, as is Stanford. They look to be the 2 early leaders. Still rowing in the mid-40s, 44, 45. They haven't settled yet, but they're about to. I can see Stanford shifting down now. Wisconsin's down nice and long. We'll just kind of stay with us until the coach boat gets back in that area. Hard to get an early leader. We're going to be able to shift out of this frame here, but Wisconsin and Stanford are off very strongly. They're the two crews that are really going after one another, and this also is two crews to qualify. So two of these four crews will move immediately to the final, and then later in the day there'll be another rep where the crews that did not finish first or second in the two heats will roll off for the final two spots. Still Stanford and Wisconsin doing real battle here. They've cleared the other crews. We'll get a rate check here for you and get some rates on these two leading crews. The others are not way out of this at all. This is still a boat race for all of them. 36.5, 35.5 for those two respective crews. 36.5 on Stanford, 35.5 for Wisconsin. Looks like MIT is the next crew, and I can't, there we go. Now we're shifting into another frame here. Good boat race still. We're in the second 500. Stanford, Wisconsin, MIT, Bucknell. Bucknell's moved up into this a little bit more now. I think it's Stanford, then Wisco, Bucknell, and MIT close. Two to qualify. Bucknell rowing 36.5. Stanford rowing 36.5. Wisconsin now close to 36 to 35.5. MIT at 35.5. In the second 500. Looks like the coach boat's going to pick them up shortly here near the 1,000-meter mark.
And we'll pick up this race in progress because we had a jump start there, a broken foot in the first race. The second heat of the lightweight with stakes features Stanford, Wisconsin, MIT, and Bucknell. Stanford is leading by a good 2/3 of a length over Bucknell, followed by Wisconsin, open water back of Bucknell, and open water back of Wisconsin is MIT. A little bit of a puffy breeze here, just a little bit. 34 for Stanford. Very controlled, just like the other heats. Bucknell working a little bit harder here, probably a little bit higher at 36. Yep, they're about 2/3 of the length down with 7:50 to go. But two to qualify, these two crews are a good 3/4 of a length of open water ahead of the Badgers. So the Badgers and the MIT engineers are really out of this contention at this point, unless something untoward happens. But a good dress rehearsal for the Cardinal and for Bucknell. Bucknell keeping an eye, a cautious eye on Wisconsin and MIT astern, but Stanford looking pretty powerful and long into this sort of cross headwind here. Coming up on 500 meters to go, the Cardinal all dressed immaculately with their red baseball caps on as they cross the 500-meter mark to go first, and they stretch out a lead here of about 8 seats over Bucknell. They took the rating up maybe a half a beat, but right now it's protect, defend, and protect, and they and Bucknell are more than a length of open water ahead of the Badgers and the engineers from Boston. So coming up with 2:50 to go, it's a bit of a parade here. These first two crews showing considerably more polish and finesse than Wisconsin and MIT, as they are comfortably going to qualify for the final. Over to Rick Clothier.
And we're down to the finish line here, the last 20 strokes. We've got Stanford out in front. Of course, Stanford's become quite a power in women's lightweight rowing. Won this race several times. And here's Bucknell out of the Patriot League running right up alongside of him for that second qualifier. Good job, Bucknell. Coming down to the last 10 strokes, it's still Stanford. And they're rowing comfortably. They're not really driving. Bucknell's doing a nice job of coming back into Stanford. Stanford is led from wire to wire. Bucknell came up, got into second place in that second 500, and is really, of course, the other two crews are probably waiting for this afternoon. But here we have the finish. Last few strokes of the race. It's Stanford. They've actually dropped the rate a little bit. Stanford over the line right now, and Bucknell right now. Two to the final. It'll be Stanford and Bucknell to the final. Wisconsin coming in here third. And Wisconsin right now. Finishing up with MIT right now. So it'll be Stanford and Bucknell who will join Princeton and Radcliffe, advancing directly to the final, and the others will row in a repechage later this afternoon, and with two to qualify to fill that six-team final out. We should have some unofficial order of finish and times for you here for both of the women's lightweight heats in just a moment. And we do have the unofficial results for Heat 1, Women's 8, and I misspoke. That was won by Radcliffe in 5:45.20. Second place, BU, Boston University, 6:48.089. Third place, Princeton, 6:48.925. Fourth place, Tulsa, 7:03.280. And fifth place, Georgetown, 7:17.375. Radcliffe and BU will go right to the final. Princeton, Tulsa, and Georgetown will row in the repechage this afternoon. And as I turn here and look at the monitor, we have the unofficial results for Heat 2, Women's Lightweight 8. Winning crew, Stanford, 6:45.764. Followed in second place by Bucknell, 6:48.332. Third place, Wisconsin, 6:59.283. And fourth place, MIT, 7:05.822. Stanford and Bucknell move to the final. Wisconsin and MIT will row in the reps later in the day. We will move forward now to race number 3. That race is due off at 8:30. It is Heat 1 of women's lightweight 4s. We'll move up to the loading dock, the starting dock for Heat 1 of women's lightweight fours. And the crews in lane 1, Fordham, in lane 2, MIT, in lane 3, Stanford. Different format here, 7 crews total in the event, so 1 crew directly to the final out of the heat. And there'll be 1 crew that advances out of each heat, and the other 5 remaining crews then would row off for in the afternoon in a rep for 4 slots in the final. The crews are up against the dock. The coxswains are making their last-minute adjustments. I can see coxswain's hands. They're all in these lay-down front-loaded fours. You can see the coxswain's hands. Sometimes you can't see their heads, but most of the time you can. We should have a start here. A little bit of a crossing breeze. Nice day. Beautiful day for rowing. Stanford coxswain's got her hand up. Bringing the bow around. Should have a start moment. It looks to me like they're in a countdown right now. The rowers are burying their blades. We're getting ready for the start of Heat 1, women's lightweight 4. Gorgeous water up at the start. Here we're away. We got to start. And they're revving it up here. They look like 8-oared crews. Stanford out right away here. Rowing 47 strokes a minute off the line. Fordham's in good shape. MIT's in good shape. They're all up in the mid-40s. They're all spinning it up. Hard to get a leader here right now. It's still very close. No one is settled. They're actually on fairly short slides, some of these crews. Now they're beginning to reach out and get it established, get a mid-course rhythm going. In the early going, I'd say Stanford's out here. Fordham, pretty close. MIT back a bit. We're going to hand this race off to the chase boat here and Bob Jocksetter.
Crossing 250, we've got the women's lightweight fours. Fordham went off very high, very clean, very nice, sharp catches. They've settled down to about a 36, and they've got a length lead already over Stanford and MIT, both rowing about 34. And with 1 to qualify, it's this Fordham boat that's gone to the front, looking to end this early. MIT, though, collecting itself. They have now moved a little bit past Stanford into second place. And they're probably just about 1 length now behind Fordham. Actually, they're closing in. MIT is moving up. They are now less than a length from Fordham. And they are still moving. It's gone from almost a full length to about a half a length in the last 100 meters. And we're approaching 500 now with Stanford still in the lead, half a length ahead of MIT. MIT with 3/4 of a length. I'm sorry, I've screwed up the lane switch here. The information was wrong. That is Stanford in second place. MIT is 3/4 of a length behind them in third. So it's Fordham half a length over Stanford now at about 800 meters. MIT now a little bit of open water behind Stanford. And Stanford once again begins to close. They're understroking Fordham and inching back. I'd say now it's a 1/3 of a length. As we cross 750, it's a 1/3 of a length. Stanford, a 1/3 of a length behind Fordham, with MIT trailing. This is one directly to the final and the others to the repechage later. And Stanford continues to creep back. The difference now is just about a deck length. Stanford a couple of beats under Fordham, out in the center of the course, continuing to chip away at that Fordham early lead. It's a very clean rowing Fordham crew, though, and they're taking a push. You can hear the coxswain calling for a 20, and they have stopped the Stanford move, at least for now. As we approach the 1,000, it is Fordham still leading Stanford, but a good, tough battle going on. MIT in third.
All right, Bob, you're right. Fordham has managed to keep their bow in front. And just before the 1,000, I'd say about 800 meters in, you could hear the coxswain take a move to make sure that they kept their bow in front. And their rating came up just a little bit. They've been about a beat higher. Both crews were rowing around 34. And then I think during the move, Fordham came up a beat and got a little bit more hull speed. So right now, they've stretched it out to a good half a length, and they're looking powerful. One to go through. So one to go through to the final here. So there is a premium on winning this race. It's not just 2 to qualify, it's 1 to go through. And now another move from Stanford on the inside in lane, well, what it would be, I guess, lane 4. But the bow numbers are, of course, because we did the lane switch, incorrect for the lanes that they're rowing in. But Stanford coming up now, so it's a seesaw event here, back and forth between these two front runners, and a real good fight. MIT trailing now by 2 or 3 lengths back. Coming up to 500 to go. It's anybody's race. These girls are working really hard, trying to hold on to that water and send the boat. A little bit of a puffy breeze here, not too harsh. Just a slight cross headwind, and now it looks like Stanford has caught Fordham. So this could be a real psychological blow for Fordham as Stanford has drawn level with 500 meters to go. I'd give the advantage to Stanford now. So they were very patient, waiting for the right moment to attack. And now they've got a couple of seats on Fordham. Let's see if Fordham can reverse the momentum. Of course, you can only do that 2 ways, with either power or rating. And right now the ratings are steady, so they're probably calling for a bit more power, and I think they are. I think Fordham is bringing it back again. So really tit for tat here. They've been going back and forth, and there's not more than a couple of feet separating these two bows. The Fordham coxswain just turned her head to starboard and had a look-see. And boy, this is going to be down to the wire, Rick. Over to you in the tower.
Race this is. It's been back and forth over the last minute here. Stanford came up from behind. Both crews in the mid-30s. They are putting everything they've got into this. Stanford came up, got a few seats. Fordham put the rate up to 36 and came back, drew level, and went just ahead. This is going to be very difficult to call. What a thrilling finish for those of you in the finish line area here. But it's extremely close. I would call it Fordham by a little, maybe just a very little right now. Fordham 36. Oh, here comes Stanford. Here comes Stanford. They're raising the rate, 37. It is Fordham, but boy, Stanford is coming up hard here. Stanford's higher now. They're at 38. They want this one to go forward. Fordham 37.5. We got less than 10 strokes left in this race. It's going to be a hard one here. It's coming right down to the last few strokes. Dead level. Stanford moving. Stanford moving. Oh, wow. Very hard to call that one. I'm going to make the call that Stanford won by about 2 feet, but I'm going to leave that up to the officials. They got that race in the last 2 or 3 strokes of the race. Well done by both crews. We've got MIT coming into the finish, and MIT crosses the line right now. What a race. What a race. Fordham from the first stroke was right up in there. Stanford was the very early leader. Once the crews settled out, it was Fordham, and they held that lead all the way through beyond the 1,000. Stanford came up in the middle of the third 500, got level, maybe got a seat. Boy, Fordham wouldn't let them have it. They took it back. took the rate up a little bit, got back up ahead by a few feet, and I would say the last 700 meters, it was just tit for tat all the way down. One crew, then the other, one crew, then the other. Very exciting. One of the closer races of the entire regatta. We should have that final decision, which may come down to a photo finish. It was within 2 feet for you in just a moment. So hang in there. As soon as we have some results, we'll be back to you. We're going to give you a chance to look at that finish again here. It's coming up in just a moment. Stanford will be the crew closest to the camera. We'll get that finished for you momentarily here. We'll move ahead here to the next race just to set the lanes for the Heat 2 of the women's lightweight 4 width. In Lane 1, Wisconsin. In Lane 2, Princeton. In Lane 3, Radcliffe. And in Lane 4, Boston University. We're still 2 or 3 minutes away, and we hope to have the results for Heat 1 before that race gets off the dock. We have the unofficial results for Heat 1 women's lightweight 4s. First place, moving right to the final, Stanford, 747.336. Second place, Fordham, 747.789, about 0.5 of a second. Third place, MIT, 813.076. So Stanford will go forward to the final. Fordham and MIT will row in the rep later this afternoon. All right, we're going to go ahead and show you on the monitor there the how close this race really was at the end there. What a treat to see this kind of competition. Both crews flat out, Stanford closing. You'll see how close it is at the line here. Here comes Stanford up to just take it right. Now they've just moved ahead. That much. Hardly 0.5 of a second. I mean, that was just 1.5 or 2 feet. Great race. The women involved in that effort need to really be congratulated in both crews. Now we're going to move right on up to Heat 2 of women's lightweight fours, an 8:45 race. Give you those lanes one more time. Lane 1, Wisconsin. Lane 2, Princeton. Lane 3, Radcliffe. And lane 4, BU. That's from the far side over there if you're on the shore here at the finish. We should have a start. They're on the dock. Don't believe they've done the polling yet. Now we're getting set. It's only 4 crews to poll. Then we'll have the start. Now they're still tapping it around a little bit. The bow rowers are bringing it upwind a little. Those coxswains ideally will put those boats dead center when they hear that attention go command. I don't see the blades anchored, so I don't think we've completed the polling, but we should have a start within now. Here we go. They're anchoring the blades, so we're probably in the countdown. Get ready for that start. Get those game faces on. Set those blades. Whoop. Little bobble here. Now we're set up. All hands are down. And we have a start. Heat 2, women's lightweight fours. All crews away cleanly. Very nice water up there at the start. All the crews are up high. We've got crews at 45. That would be Wisconsin. Princeton 46. BU 44. None of them have settled yet. They're beginning to reach out. BU's down to 42. Now we're striding out. All the crews are reaching out, settling it down. Good race, very close. Difficult to even see some advantage. There's 3 crews side by side as we turn this over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
Crossing 250 meters, it's Radcliffe at 38 and Wisconsin at 39, the 2 leaders. So they've held the stroke rate high for a very long time. University in 3rd. They're about a length behind Wisconsin and then a half length further back to Princeton. But still rowing high and hard. It is Radcliffe with the lead. They've got about a half a length over Wisconsin. Radcliffe is at 37 still at 400 meters. They've got that half a length, and it's 1 to qualify again. It looks like BU moving up a little bit. They're getting back into it. They're about 2/3 of a length now, moving up to half a length behind Wisconsin, and they're at 35. Wisconsin's at 35. And as we cross 500, it's Radcliffe now with a little more than a half a length. A little more than a half a length over Wisconsin. Radcliffe's down now finally to 35, so it looks like they spent the first 500 rowing very high, establishing the lead, and so far it has worked for them. It's 36 for Wisconsin now, and they are now nearly a length ahead of BU again. Then it's a little open water back to Princeton. So it looks like Radcliffe holding steady at 2/3 of a length in front of Wisconsin. Wisconsin 1 length ahead of Boston University, 700 meters into the race. Now, Wisconsin, we heard a little chirping coming out of there, and it looks like they've decided to take a little move here. They've nosed up back to within half a length of Radcliffe. Radcliffe's still in the lead, but Wisconsin clearly cutting into that lead. 800 meters in, it is now 1/3 of a length. Radcliffe over Wisconsin. Wisconsin looks like they've pipped it up a bit to 36. And they continue to creep forward up onto that Radcliffe bow deck. That's opened water now back to BU. Wisconsin continues to close now, 800 meters in. They've got 2 feet to go until they're level, and they are level. So moving toward the 1,000 here, Wisconsin, with a very steady push, has moved into the lead with 1 to qualify. We'll see if the second 1,000, we'll see them moving away, or if Radcliffe can mount a counterattack.
Well, that's right, Bob. Radcliffe did jackrabbit off the line and stayed high longer than anyone else. They were 37 for quite a while, and now Radcliffe is down to 32.5, 33, and the differential between Wisconsin's rating and their own has borne an advantage to Wisconsin. Wisconsin now at 35.5, 36, which has been more steady in the race, has taken the lead, and they're up 2 or 3 seats. Boston University's quarter length open behind Radcliffe, and Princeton's just in a different zone. They're trailing behind Boston University by several lengths. So with 7:50 to go, the patient crew here is taking the lead. Wisconsin did a nice job of not getting rattled, with Wisconsin being almost a full length out. Radcliffe almost being a full length ahead. And now they're churning away, and let's see if they can sustain it. But they're sitting up tall, and they look reasonably fresh for the third 500 here. So credit to Wisconsin, as they have open water now over Radcliffe. I think Radcliffe just put a little bit too much emphasis on that first 1,000, and now they're paying the price. Field is really stretched out now. The Badgers look great. They're really sitting up tall and taking strokes and clean blade work, so they're in good shape. Radcliffe, also, the rating has come up a bit again in the Radcliffe 4, but they're holding on to second securely over Boston University on the inside, spectator side, well ahead of the Princeton Tigers. 500 to go, and it's the Cardinal. Check that. It is Wisconsin, moving away from Radcliffe now. So, boy, what a difference. The first 800 meters was all Radcliffe, and it looks like the second half of the race, the second 1,200, is going to be all Wisconsin. Very efficient body preparation and drive here. These women work really hard all year long to maintain that form and that technique when they get tired, and it's a real demonstration of good quality rowing by this Wisconsin group. So coming into the 250, we'll turn it over a little bit early to Rick Clothier in the tower. It's really just several lengths separating each crew. Wisconsin will be first, Radcliffe second, Boston third, and the Lady Tigers fourth.
All right, thank you, Fred. We've got it here at the finish line. We do have sort of a parade, much different than the first heat when it was extremely close here. We've got Wisconsin well out in front. They won't need to take the rate up much, maybe a little adrenaline from the crowd noise. Then Radcliffe, then BU, followed by Princeton. Nobody's going up that high. They know they're in pretty good shape to qualify here. One advances, and barring any unforeseen mishaps, it'll be Wisconsin by a good, maybe as much as a length of open water. Then Radcliffe, then BU, then Princeton. Into the finish line area, we have Wisconsin. More than a length of open water ahead. Wisco crosses the line right now. Here comes Radcliffe, just kind of holding on to that second slot. Gave a good battle in that first 1,000. Radcliffe now. Boston University about to cross the line, just striding it home now. Princeton way back, but we'll just hold here for them to finish the race. Wisconsin will advance directly to the final. The others will row in the reps later this afternoon. They will join Stanford, who also advanced directly to the final. So Wisconsin and Stanford into the final. All the others will row in the reps, and that will include Princeton, who crosses the line now. And we have the unofficial results for Heat 2, women's lightweight 4. The winner, Wisconsin, 748.403. Second, Radcliffe, 758.213. Third, Boston University, 805.525. And fourth place, Princeton, 837.141. So Wisconsin will join Stanford in the final, and the other 5 crews will row off for the 4 remaining slots in that final race. This afternoon, that rep will be held. Now we'll move to our next event, Race 5, a 9 o'clock race, men's varsity 4 with semifinal 1. These are crews that advanced to the 1 and 2 semifinals from yesterday. In lane 1, Boston University. In lane 2, Washington. In lane 3, Wisconsin. In lane 4, MIT. In lane 5, Princeton. In lane 6, Temple. In this race, 3 crews, 1, 2, and 3. The winner, the second place and third place crews advance to the grand final. Places 4, 5, and 6 will move into the petite finale. Those races to be held tomorrow. As we get just a little closer to the start, we'll come back to you. I can see that most of the crews are already on the starting dock, and we're within 5 minutes of a start here, so we'll rejoin you in just a moment. All right, we'll move back up to the starting dock, the loading dock. The crews are on the dock. Just some final tune-ups here by the coxswains, getting those boats pointed. The water at the start is excellent. It's just beautiful. You can see that. There's very little breeze at all up there. We'll run those lanes down for you one more time. In lane 1, Boston University. In lane 2, Washington. In lane 3, Wisconsin. In lane 4, MIT. In lane 5, Princeton. And lane 6, Temple. Looks like we're getting set here. I can see the blaze getting buried, so we should have a start momentarily. Here we got a start. Ooh, little muff stroke right off the line on one of the boats. Boy, they are coming out. This is to get in that final, so they're not gonna leave anything in the tank. 41.5 MIT, 43 Wisconsin, 44 BU, 44 Washington. All those crews away very strongly. We haven't reached the point where they're going to want to settle out. They're still pretty high. This looks like 8-oar rowing in terms of the rates. Somebody wants that lead very badly. Princeton's in pretty good shape also. I would call Washington the early leader. Wisconsin's right up there with them. MIT got a nice start. MIT got a really good start, but Washington, I believe, is the early leader. Then MIT, then Wisconsin. We'll turn this race over to Bob Jock Center.
100 meters in, and they have 3/4 of a length over Wisconsin and MIT. Then it's another half a length back to Temple. Temple slightly ahead of Princeton. And a familiar sight the last few years, the Washington Huskies have gone to the lead. They now have 3 seats over BU. Washington's rowing 34 in this little crosswind. They're 3 seats up as they cross the 500-meter mark. Boston University now with about 3/4 of a length over Wisconsin, and Wisconsin a seat or 2 over MIT. So this is going to be a semifinal with 3 to qualify. And right now it's the Washington Huskies with a half a length lead over second place BU. Wisconsin in third, still in contact with BU. That's about 3/4 of a length. Wisconsin now maybe nosing ahead of MIT. It's about a deck length at this point. MIT 3/4 of a length ahead of Temple, and Temple half a length over Princeton. So at 700 meters, Washington continues to extend its lead. It's now 3/4 of a length and very close to a length at this point over Boston University. BU now has pulled away from Wisconsin. Wisconsin, a splash of open water behind BU. They are still locked in quite a battle with MIT for the third position. It's Temple, not that far behind MIT at this point. And BU with a nice little push here. They've not only moved away from Wisconsin, but they're nudging back up on Washington. We saw this all day yesterday with Washington going to the lead and then conserving a little bit. So we don't know if this is BU throwing everything at them as we cross the 1,000, but those two are clear. The fight is further back for third.
It's the progression. 3. Okay, second 1,000, here we go. The Huskies are out front, and boy, do they look strong and powerful. 34 strokes a minute. The 2 guys in the middle of this 4 look like giants. Big, they must be 6'5", 6'6", and that's what you need. You need some raw power to move these smaller boats, and Washington seems to have that. They've broken open water now over Boston University. BU took a little push before the 1,000 and came up a little, but it just bought them a couple seats, and as soon as Washington got to the 1,000, they took a push and moved right back out again. Those 2 crews way ahead of Wisconsin now, open water ahead of Wisconsin. 3 will go through in this 2 semifinals, so 3 to go through. So The real race here is between the MIT and Wisconsin, and over on the far side, Temple. Princeton's fallen off the pace. So can MIT make a challenge to come up on the Badgers? Washington continues to power away. Just, long strokes, big strokes, little breeze here, just like Lake Washington in the afternoon. Those kids are used to pushing through the little bit of a puff here, and they've got a quarter length open now over BU. No real premium for BU to race Washington at this point. They'll save it for tomorrow, but the Huskies are impressive. So can Temple and MIT come up on Wisconsin? The answer, with 500 meters to go, is dubious. I don't think so. It's just too much to make up. They've got 5 seconds or so with the engineers would have to make up on the Badgers, and that's going to be a pretty tough assignment. Nice rowing here right in front of the cameras on Boston University. These kids are doing a real nice job. They hung with Washington as long as they could in that first 1,200 meters, and then the sheer power of the Huskies has just propelled their boat away. So rowing a pocock shell, looks like the Huskies are even going to take it up a few bips here for the last 300 meters. 35.5 to 36 for the Huskies, just to buy a little insurance. And I'll turn it over to Rick Clothier in the tower.
We've got it, Fred, here at the finish line. It is Washington by open water. BU doing a nice job, and Wisconsin's doing a nice job. They're all three looking pretty secure here. MIT has passed Temple, it appears, but the three to qualify are the big thing right now. The other three probably looking for the second level final tomorrow. Here's Washington. They did gear it up a little bit for the crowd here. They're up to 37. BU, a little open water, perhaps as much as a length of open water, will be second. Wisconsin doing a nice job of holding off the others there, although MIT's making a nice little challenge, but I would say it's Wisconsin fairly comfortably. We've got Washington at the line and crossing the line right now. Boston University over there on the far shore, comfortably in and crossing the line now. Wisconsin was running up just a little bit here, holding off MIT, crossing the line now. Temple's come up and made it interesting with MIT, but it will be MIT now, and Temple one length back now. Followed up here by Princeton. Right now. Semifinal 1, men's varsity 4. 3 crews advanced to the grand final, and they are the University of Washington, Boston University, and the University of Wisconsin. The other 3 crews will join the places 4, 5, and 6 from the upcoming race in the second level final, the petite final, tomorrow. We'll move on just briefly as we await the final unofficial results of Heat 1, men's varsity 4, to race 6, which is men's varsity 4, and it is semifinal 2 in lane 1, Georgetown. In lane 2, Navy. In lane 3, California. In lane 4, Brown. In lane 5, Northeastern. And in lane 6, Colgate. We should have that race in about 5 minutes, and we get a little closer to that race time, we will rejoin you, and we are awaiting the final results, and we should see them. We now have the unofficial results for Heat 1. That is the semifinal 1, men's varsity 4. First place, the University of Washington, 636.804. Second place, Boston University, 645.304. Third place, the University of Wisconsin, 652.319. And those 3 crews go to the A final tomorrow. Fourth place, MIT, 6:58.235. Fifth place, Temple, 7 minutes, .193 seconds. And sixth place, Princeton, 7:11.049. Temple, MIT, Temple, and Princeton will go to the petite finale to be rowed tomorrow. We will rejoin you in just a moment with semifinal 2, similar to semifinal 1, in that the top 3 finishers will go directly to the top 6, the A final, and places 4, 5, and 6 will go to the petite finale. We're moving back up to the loading dock, starting dock, for the second semifinal, second semifinal. And this is a big thing because the top 3 go into the final, just as the race, previous race, Heat 1, and then the next 3 go to the petite finale. So they're racing to get into that final and make a run at the national championship in men's varsity fours. All the crews are on the dock. None of the crews look as though they've even been polled yet. Beginning to see a little bit of adjustments by the coxswains, but they're adjusting without even their hands being up, so I don't think the official is doing the polling yet. And as I said earlier in the morning, first the lanes are polled, and then they go into a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The commands attention, a pause, go, and boy, do they come off the line. I can see some of these boats must be different lengths because 1 or 2 of the boats are being held by the coxswains beside beside the starting platform, so they pulled them back to get them on the line here. And it looks like the polling is about to begin. I'm seeing some of the rowers slip forward, getting ready to start. We should have a start here in about a minute. Hands are up in a couple of lanes, making those last little adjustments. We'll go through those lanes one more time for you. Lane 1, Georgetown. Lane 2, Navy. Lane 3, California. Lane 4, Brown. Lane 5, Northeastern. And Lane 6, Colgate. They are polling the crews. We should have a countdown shortly. I'm seeing blades being buried. If this is anything like that last heat, these people will come off like they're rowing eights as far as rates are concerned. We've got a nice alignment here. We're ready to go. And we're off. Boy, we're up, too. Nobody wants to get behind early here. California is screaming off the line. 45, 46 strokes a minute. Georgetown's got a nice start. Navy's up there also. Brown, a really good start. The only crew that's back a little bit right now is Colgate, and they could be right back in here. They're all still high. Low 40s. California looks like they've got a piece of the action here. They're out there. Good shape. And they're coming down. I see one crew down to 39. That's Brown. Hard to tell. Boy, they're bunched up. There's three of them right there together. And we'll let Bob Jocksetter sort that out as he takes over at the 250. Over to Bob.
250 of the second semifinal with a little bit of a lead over Navy and California with Brown a deck back. From Brown, it's about half a length back to Northeastern and then a little further back to Colgate. California, though, has begun to move forward. California now leads by a deck over three crews that are just about even. Georgetown, Navy, and Brown. So it's a deck length lead for the Golden Bears. They're rowing pretty smoothly in what's a little bit of chop here. And at 500, they're beginning to extend that. They now have a third of a length over Georgetown and Brown, with Navy another seat back. Then it's a length further back to Northeastern, and Northeastern has half a length on Colgate. So again, with three to qualify, we've got a leader in Cal, and then we've got three boats within about a deck for two positions. Unless Northeastern and Colgate can work their way back into it, it looks like a three-boat fight for second and third if Cal can maintain this progression. They now have a half a length lead, does California, and it looks like they're trying to take a little push as we approach 750. Cal's gone to 35, and they have moved to 2/3 of a length in front of Brown. Brown now leads Georgetown by about a seat and a half. Georgetown by 2 seats over Navy as they cross 750. Georgetown at 33, so they're understroking pretty much everyone except Navy, who is also right around 33. And at 800 meters, California now still in the lead, still rowing hard, and barely inching away from Brown. That's about 3/4 of a length at this point. But Georgetown working very solidly and patiently here on the far side from the grandstand, moving up on Brown again, and they've closed contact with California. So it's now Brown by about 2 seats over Georgetown, and now 3/4 of a length over Navy. Brown at the 1,000 attacking California, but it looks like right now a good 4-boat fight for 3 spots.
All right, Bob, it is the California Golden Bears out in front, and the Bruin have come up nicely. They took a little push before the 1,000. I think the rating might have come up a little. All the crews are around 33, 34 right now in the middle of this race. Georgetown has impressed me because they've really hung in there very steady the whole way, and they've been able to get a grip on that third place spot. Brown has sort of come forward, come back, but they're pulling away from Navy right now with this stroke on the bow of the Naval Academy boat. Then it's back over on the far side, the Huskies and Colgate rounding out the field here. Colgate trying to make a push to come back into it right now along with the Huskies. But the story here for the qualification for the final is all California, Brown, and Georgetown. Middle of the third 500, it's the California Bears. Not quite a full length, about 2/3 of a length over Brown. Brown about a half a length over the Hoyas from Georgetown. And now Navy's starting to make a big push here. They realize that Coxon is trying to get the most out of the lineup there and get them back in this race. And they're making a good charge. I don't know if the Georgetown Coxon is aware of it. Again, the bow loaders, she's not going to be aware of it unless the bowman says something. But Navy has definitely come up on Georgetown. 500 to go. California maintains their powerful stroke and their #1 position as they go down the middle of the course. Brown in second place, and the Hoyas holding on to third, even though just a half a length behind Brown. They seem to be able to put the power on by demand and stay there. I saw the 3-man in the Hoya shell look over at Brown. I think he'd like to have a crack at them. Got his baseball back on reversed direction there, the 3-man and the Hoya crew, and he is eager to take on the Browns. So over to the finish tower and Rick Clothier. Here we go, Rick.
Thanks, Fred. Nice race here coming down before the stands here, the finish line coming up. California handles this very, very, very maturely. Not really raising the rate. They're jacking it a little now for the fans here, but 33 to 34 all the way down, powering it away. We got Brown in second place. Georgetown's come up and made a real nice effort here at the end. They might even grab second place. Navy's sprinting for that last spot. We're coming down to the finish, and it's looking like it's going to be Cal, Georgetown, Brown, and Navy. We'll call it here right at the line. It's very close, but it's comfortable. I'm comfortable in the call. It's Cal now. It's Brown now. Georgetown now. A length back. Navy now. Northeastern now. And Colgate now. Nice race from California, understroking the field pretty much, and out in front from my call from the first stroke. Others had good starts too, but Cal was the dominant crew. I think line to line on that one. So California, Brown, and Georgetown will go directly to the final, and they will join Wisconsin, Washington, and BU in the grand final. Men's varsity 4s to be raced tomorrow morning. The other 3 finishers in both heats will be in the second level final, the petite finale, for places 7 through 12 to be raced immediately before that grand final tomorrow. I do have an announcement. This is for people in the tent area here at the finish line. There is an automobile with Virginia plates. It's a GMC black SUV in the unload area. Needs to be moved. And we have the unofficial results for semifinal 2, men's varsity 4. The winning crew, California, 639.598. Second place, Brown, 642.512. Third place, Georgetown University, 643.483. Fourth place, the Naval Academy, 646.377. Fifth place, Northeastern, 649.142, and in sixth place, Colgate, 659.745. California, Brown, and Georgetown move to the grand final. Navy, Northeastern, and Colgate will be in the petite finale. Well, let's move up to the starting dock here for the next race, which is men's freshman eights, repechage 1. Yesterday we had Washington and California advance directly to the final. This is a smaller field numerically, 11 crew field. Direct result, of course, of the freshmen eligible for varsity, second varsity, and third varsity, fourth varsity for that matter, crews, cutting back on the total number of freshman 8-oared crews in the country. That does nothing to diminish the quality of the rowing at the top end. There's some very special crews up at the top end of this category, men's freshman 8s. And this is repechage 1. I'll set those lanes for you. In lane 1, Wisconsin. Lane 2, Cornell. Lane 3, George Washington. Lane 4, Navy. Lane 5, Drexel. All those shells are on those crews, and their shells, of course, are on the starting dock. They're all looking pretty much at ease. I would say we haven't had any polling, and obviously no countdown. The water at the start is unbelievably nice. Calm, flat calm. The boats are not moving around much at all. The coxes, there are no hands up. They're all pointed right down the middle and holding their line. We should have a start here, not too long. I wanted to go back to that second heat of men's varsity, second semifinal of men's varsity 4s, as Georgetown was in that race and managed to move on to the grand final. I'd be very remiss if I didn't mention that Tony Johnson, the head coach at Georgetown, has announced his retirement. This will be his last year in coaching. Glorious career both at Yale University and at Georgetown, and the coaches, I'm sure, will miss Tony greatly. He'll become the coach emeritus and have contact and a lot, I'm sure, of influence on the boathouse building and projects at Georgetown. But Tony's going to take it into the retired field now, and wish him well. And we have a start here in men's freshman eights, rep 1. Whoa, are they coming out? Wisconsin, 46. Cornell right there with them, 46 or 7. These freshman crews, of course, it's the end of the year, and they've taken a lot of starts with their varsity and second varsity counterparts. They look just a lot like varsity crews coming off the line for raid, and that, boy, they are skilled at this time of the year. Hard to get a placement here, but I'd say Wisconsin is out there sharing that lead with GW is up in there. Cornell's up in there. We're going to turn it back to Bob Jocksetter. So I think they're already settled, and Bob, take it from here.
It's Cornell and Washington, all the red shirts out in front. This men's freshman 8. Cornell with about a seat over Wisconsin. Then it's about a half a length back to George Washington, another third of a length back to Navy, and another half length behind Navy is Drexel. This interesting Wisconsin rig barreling through now. They've caught Cornell. Wisconsin's at 37.5, and they had caught Cornell, but now Cornell regains that seat lead they had. Cornell's at 36 as we cross 500 meters. They now have one seat on Wisconsin, and Wisconsin has 2/3 of a length on George Washington. George Washington rowing 37, trying to hang on because this is 2 to go through to the final. Right now, it's the Big Red of Cornell with 2 seats over the Badgers. And it looks like George Washington putting on a little bit of a move. They've drawn to within half a length of Cornell and Wisconsin as we approach 750 meters. At 750 now, it's still Cornell barely ahead of Wisconsin. George Washington half a length back. George Washington has 2/3 of a length on Navy, and then open water back to Drexel. Jousting here in this near side, all these red shirts jousting back and forth, gaining a seat, losing a seat. And at this point, Cornell now has their largest lead. They've moved out to 2.5 seats over Wisconsin. Wisconsin still rowing high and hard. Looks like they're trying to move away from that third place George Washington boat. And at this point, it's 3/4 of a length. So it's Badgers in second, moving away from George Washington as we cross the 1,000.
Crew is putting on a little bit of a spurt here. I really like the way they finish the stroke. They sit up tall, keep the body weight out of the bow, and send the boat. And they're taking a stroke here on the Badgers. They really took a power 10 here, and it's working very effectively. They've got 3/4 of a length now on the Badgers, and now it's going to be the Badgers trying to hold off the Colonials here from GW. Let's take a rating check here. Wisconsin 35. All of these freshmen are probably homegrown boys here. Wisconsin, Cornell, GW. These crews don't have any internationals in these lineups the way some of the other schools do. And I know that talking to Coach Clark and Kennett, that they're really developing these guys for the future. Cornell now up by 7 seats over Wisconsin, and GW doing a nice job staying in this race, really working hard, coming up on Wisconsin a bit now. 500 meters to go. It's these three crews that look like they're going to qualify for the final. 2 to go through. Sorry, check that. 2 to go through. So the Colonials are putting on an extra bit of pressure to catch up to Wisconsin. My mistake there. So, and they are coming up. They're coming up nicely. So, Brother Wisconsin, the 6-man in the Wisconsin boat, taking a look over, getting a little bit anxious. If they don't come unglued here, they'll be able to qualify. The Big Red holding on to about a 6-8 seat lead now. But the race is developing very nicely.
All right, at the finish line, we've got Cornell out, 6 seats, maybe 5, and both, I want to say both, Wisconsin and GW coming up strongly. That Coxon and that Wisconsin boat looked over and saw that GW crew who's doing a really nice job coming at him, and they shifted on up. I think it's going to be tight, and it's only 2 of these 3 crews to go forward to the grand final. So here we have it, Cornell, Wisconsin, GW, with GW coming strong here, but Wisco has answered, and they're coming up strong now on Cornell. Only a 2 or 3 seat difference right now. Wisconsin's really putting the pedal down in the last 10 here. It will be Cornell. Last few strokes by less than half a length. Cornell now, Wisco now, and GW now. Good job, George Washington. Coming back, but 2 advance. The Naval Academy coming into the finish area here now. Naval Academy across the line now. Drexel trailing here. And Drexel now. All right. That was Heat 1, men's freshman 8. 2 to go forward to the grand final. And those 2 would be Cornell and Wisconsin. George Washington, the Naval Academy, and Drexel will go into the petite finale. Washington, California, Cornell, and Wisconsin moving forward to the grand final. And our next race, which will be men's freshman 8 repechage 2. 2 crews from this field, Pennsylvania, Harvard, Brown, and Columbia will go forward. We'll give you quickly the lane assignments as we're awaiting the unofficial results of Rep 1. Harvard in lane 1, Brown in lane 2, Pennsylvania in lane 3, and Columbia in lane 4. And we do have the unofficial results and order of finish for Rep 1, men's freshman 8s. In first place, Cornell, 557.333. Second place, the University of Wisconsin, 559.020. In third place, with a really nice effort there, Georgetown University, 601.005. Fourth place, the Naval Academy, 616.027. And in fifth place, Drexel, 631.692. That was Rep 1, Freshman 8. So Cornell and Wisconsin go forward to the grand final. The other crews will row in the petite finale. And we're up to the starting dock here, taking a look at Rep 2, men's freshman eights, a race to be started at 9:45. Those lane assignments once more time. Lane 1, Harvard. Lane 2, Brown. Lane 3, Pennsylvania. Lane 4, Columbia. We'll be back to you in just a moment. All right, we're back to the starting dock. All but one crew is tied on to the stake boat or to the boat handler's platform. We'll run down the lanes. This is, again, men's freshman eights. It is repechage 2. Lane 1, Harvard. Lane 2, Brown. Lane 3, Pennsylvania, and Lane 4, Columbia. Again, 2 to qualify for the grand final. The remaining 2 places will go to the repechage tomorrow morning. I see hands up. Coxswain's getting pointed. Very nice and calm down there in the starting area. We have not certainly had a polling, nowhere near a countdown yet. The rowers are just sitting nice and loose and easy. But the Coxswains are working to get their crews where they want them, which is right dead center in the lane when they hear go. I'm beginning to see some reason to believe that the polling has begun. A few oarsmen, slapping hands, talking about what they're going to do, what they want to do, committing to one another for this start and racing effort. We're in the polling, I believe, right now. Yep, still getting pointed, but just barely. 4 crews, 3 to advance to the grand final. Lane 1, Harvard, Lane 2, Brown, Lane 3, Pennsylvania, and Lane 4, Columbia. And they're setting their blades and getting ready to go, so I believe we'll have a countdown shortly here. And we have a start. Boom, boom, right away. Harvard got 2 strokes in, I think, before Brown got 2 in, but this ought to be a dandy race. First and second from the Eastern Sprints going off against one another. Brown 46, Harvard at least 46. Penn right up there too. They're all in the mid-40s. No one's falling back. Maybe Columbia just a little bit. Brown and Harvard right out. Penn back just a little bit of them. 25 strokes in. We're going to see a settle shortly here. No, they're still pretty high. Got Harvard at 40. Brown at least 40. They should be shifting out here and finding that mid-course rating and rhythm. Brown's looking real strong. Real strong. Harvard's right there with them. All the crews are in contact. And as I turn this race over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
Columbia in the repechage number 2 for the freshman 8s. So it's Brown just barely ahead of Harvard, maybe a seat, and then nearly a length back already to the Pennsylvania crew, who has half a length on Columbia. So 400 meters in, it's Brown just barely, 1 seat up on Harvard, with 2 to go through to the grand final for the freshman 8s. As these crews surge back and forth, it goes from being level to a 1-seat lead for Brown. And now Brown starts to establish a little bit more. Brown starting to edge away. Their advantage over Harvard now is about 1.5 seats, 2 seats. It's a 2-seat lead for Brown over Harvard, with open water back to Penn, and Penn 3/4 of a length ahead of Columbia. So approaching 750, it's Brown by 3 seats over Harvard. Those 2 have broken clear. So while they may be in good shape to qualify, neither crew is ready to concede yet the victory in this repechage. The Brown crew just easing away a little bit every stroke. It's now 1/3 of a length, Brown over Harvard. They're still going pretty much stroke for stroke at about 35, 36. And now Harvard, if the Coxswain is to believe, are going to make a now or never surge. And as we cross the 1,000, it is Brown with Harvard maybe coming back to a 1/4 length back. Open water to the others.
All right, Bob, some big puddles coming off of these blades in both the Brown and Harvard crews. Got some pretty good rangy kids over in that Bruin boat, and the Bruins have just put the pedal down to the metal too. The Bruins are taking a couple of seats right here, right after the 1,000. I think Harvard tried to make a move before the 1,000, and now Brown is taking a Big Ten after the 1,000. And Brown has almost a length now. And these 2 crews are, 3 or 4 lengths ahead of Penn and Columbia now. So really there's no incentive for either one of these crews to redline it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of run it out toward the finish line here. But their coaches told them to race hard for 1,200, 1,500 meters and see where they are. And it looks like Brown is in a comfort zone right now, and they are just about to break a full length over Harvard. These two crews, of course, raced each other at the Eastern Sprints a couple of weeks ago, where Brown just got the best of Harvard by a whisker. Today, it's a full length, and of course, we don't know what training has taken place in the last couple of weeks or what personnel changes have taken place in either boat. But Brown looks fairly sharp right now. 500 meters to go. Brown thumping away at it. Has a nice lead, a full-length lead over Harvard. We're going to have to watch our wake here because Penn and Columbia have fallen back a ways. But Harvard now just sort of content now to go in Brown's wake here, with about 900 meters to go. Not quite, sorry. About 300 meters to go. Brown will finish it out in first, Harvard second, Columbia and Penn in a very good duel for third. Over to the tower.
We've got it at the finish line here with Brown out in front. Harvard overlapped a little bit. They're both making a nice show out of this, but they're pretty much mid-course pace, 37, 36, bringing it through the last 200 meters here. About 20 strokes perhaps to go in the race. With two to advance, you're looking at them. Brown University and Harvard University will be the final two places in the grand final. Harvard coming up to touch Brown, overlap a little bit. Neither crew is trying to really rev it up here. They do look very, very nice. Both crews rowing very well. Could be varsity crews out there looking at them in a technical sense. Here's Brown at the line. One length out, little open water. Brown right. Now, Harvard back, maybe a deck of open. Now, Columbia will be next. Coming into the finish line area. Columbia crossing the line now. Pennsylvania in fourth place, crossing the line now. Brown and Harvard will join Washington, California, Wisconsin, and Cornell in the grand final men's freshman eights tomorrow morning. And now we have the unofficial results for Rep 2, freshman eights. In first place, Brown, 555.779. In second place, Harvard, 559.576. In third place, Columbia, 618.763. And fourth place, Pennsylvania, 623.289. Looking ahead to our next race, race 9 to be started at 10 o'clock East Coast time. Men's third varsity 8, semi 1. In lane 1, California. In lane 2, Brown. In lane 3, Princeton. In lane 4, Dartmouth. In lane 5, Navy. And in lane 6, Syracuse. Now there's 2 semifinals to be rowed. So 3 crews will go forward from each semifinal to the grand final. In the men's third varsity 8s, which is in its first year as an Intercollegiate Rowing Association championship event. 18 crews entered this event. The lower 6 crews from the heats will be rowing in a third level final. The top 3 in each semi, both semi 1 and semi 2, will advance to the grand final, and places 4, 5, and 6 will be the petite finale in this event, to be raced also tomorrow morning. All of the crews in this event are on the starting dock. Nobody's having to work very hard to stay aligned. We are still a couple of minutes away from a start, and we'll get back to you as we get just a little closer to the start. back up to the starting dock, where we are within a minute of the start. I think the polling has taken place. By the look of the crews, I would say they're getting ready for a countdown. The blades are buried, the heads are up. We should have a start momentarily. And we're off. Lane 1, California. Lane 2, Brown. Lane 3, Princeton. Lane 4, Dartmouth. Lane 5, Navy. And Lane 6, Syracuse. And boy, are we out hard. California is burning this thing up, 47. Navy, 47. Brown, 47. We're all up 47, 46. Nobody's taken this thing over yet, but Brown and Cal are pushing out real hard here initially. Nobody's even thinking about settling. We're winding this thing up and trying to get out there. Princeton taking some nice strokes here. We'll get a little shift in angle here. Princeton's right out there. Brown's out there. Cal's out there. We'll turn this race over to Bob Jocksetter.
And then it's pretty tightly bunched behind Brown with Dartmouth, Princeton. Actually, that Cal lead is not as much as I thought. It's about 3 seats, as California and Brown have broken free for the first 2 spots. It's 3/4 of a length back now to Dartmouth. Princeton a couple of seats behind Dartmouth. Syracuse just about level with Princeton, and 2 more seats back to Navy as we cross 500 meters. So it's California leading Brown by about 2.5, 3 seats, as Brown pushes back a couple of times. So this is going between 2 and 3 seats most of the way. Brown trailing California, but still fighting them hard for the lead. And now it's open water back to Dartmouth and Princeton, who are essentially level for third. A deck back then to Syracuse, and a couple of seats further back to Navy. So crossing 750, it's California in the lead, still slim lead over Brown. Those two, a length plus a splash of open water, and of Princeton and Dartmouth, with it looks like Syracuse moving up to challenge Princeton and Dartmouth on the far side, and Navy another half a length behind. So this is 3 to qualify, and so far it's a nice hard race as Princeton starts to surge. Princeton has established itself now as in third place, and they are moving up slightly on Brown. They have a little overlap that they didn't have before. Coming up to the 1,000, it's now Cal by half a length over Brown. Brown by 2/3 of a length over Princeton. Dartmouth trying to stay with Princeton to qualify.
All right, Bob, this California crew is another powerful duplicate of their JV and their varsity. Not the smoothest rowing crew, but boy, are they pouring the power on. The puddles are pushing back, and they're getting the best of Brown right now. They're a good half to, well, a little more than a half a length ahead of Brown. Brown, I think, now is taking a little push to try and come back because they sense the pressure from Princeton on their starboard side. Even on the far side of Princeton, Dartmouth also has been had slipped back a lita bit, but now is coming back to challenge Princeton. So a lot of jockeying going on here in this third 500. Try and get some ratings here for you. Cal has been pretty consistent. They're 34.5, 35. Brown's higher than that. Brown's 37 right now, so they're trying to get up. How many go through? Three to go through here. So can the boys from Hanover catch the Tigers here? Maybe the reunions last night on campus is catching up with the Tigers here. If they got a good night's sleep somewhere, they probably moved them off campus. But the Tigers right now are a full half to 2/3 of a length ahead of Dartmouth, and it's going to be hard to reverse that momentum. Yeah, Princeton, I think, is starting to pull away again from Dartmouth here. Brown still at 37. working a lot harder than Cal. Cal long and aggressive and powerful. Brown's come up a bit. I'll give Brown that. There's probably something for that rating delta of a couple 3 beats. But Princeton content just to hold off Dartmouth. Dartmouth surging again, but again, it's they're going to make 5 seconds. So we'll turn it over to Tower and expert commentary from Rick Clothier as Cal, Brown, and Princeton look to be qualifying for the final.
Thank you, Fred. We've got it here at the finish line. California looking very strong. Out in front, Brown doing a nice job in second place. Princeton has come up very strongly to establish himself in third. It's open water back. So we're watching the finish. The last 15 strokes, California out open water, Brown and Princeton closing. Princeton really trying to close it up on Brown, and on the inside here, Dartmouth making a nice run. We're in the last few strokes, and it will be California, who really didn't sprint that much. They're up 37 at the line now. Next two will be very quick. It will be Brown now, Princeton now, Dartmouth now. Syracuse coming in here in 5th place, crossing the line now, and the Naval Academy now. California, Brown, and Princeton will advance to the grand final. The other 3 crews will go to the petite finale. Those races to be rowed tomorrow morning. We should have the unofficial order of finish and times up for you in just a moment here. Our next race will be men's varsity, 3rd varsity 8s. Also, the second semifinal, same situation where top 3 go to the final, and places 4, 5, and 6 will row in the petite finale. While we're awaiting those unofficial results of men's 3rd varsity 8 semifinal 1, another announcement to the tent here at the finish line. We have another car, a gray Nissan Altima with New York license plates, illegally parked near the porta potties behind the tents there, and to be towed almost immediately. So that owner ought to get out there and move that car. We'll go up to the, well, here we are. We have the unofficial results of the men's 3rd varsity semifinal 1. The winner, California, 557.023. Second place, Brown, 601.485. Third place, Princeton, 602.931. Fourth place, Dartmouth, 605.306. Fifth place, Syracuse, 613.424. And sixth place, the Naval Academy in 615.700. So California, Brown, and Princeton move to the grand final. Dartmouth, Syracuse, and Navy will row in the petite finale. Both races tomorrow morning. We're looking ahead now to Race 10, that's a 10:15 start. It's same category, third varsity eights. It is the second semifinal. In lane 1, Washington. Lane 2, Northeastern. Lane 3, Boston University. Lane 4, Cornell. Lane 5, Yale. And lane 6, Pennsylvania. 3 crews to advance to the grand final. The next 3 relegated to the petite finale. We'll move up to the starting dock now for the second semifinal men's third varsity eights. We'll run those lanes one more time for you. Lane 1, Washington. Lane 2, Northeastern. Lane 3, Boston University. Lane 4, Cornell. Lane 5, Yale. Lane 6, Pennsylvania. Crews are pretty much at ease in the starting area. I don't see any reason to think we've had a polling, which of course occurs before the countdown. Everyone's just kind of sitting at ease. Coxswain's making their last-minute tune-ups, moving the boats into dead center. The water at the start, again, is just gorgeous. And there's no attempt, no reason to paddle or to scull because they're just sitting dead center in the lanes. 3 to advance to the grand final, and places 4, 5, and 6 relegated to the petite finale. Should have a start here within a minute or two. We've got a start. Men's third varsity 8 semifinal 2. Whoop, we had a start, but we had a false start. The referee has stopped the racing, and as was the case in the first heat of the day, women's lightweight 8s, we're going to return to the starting dock and do it again. We'll join you in just a moment. Back to the starting dock. All the crews have returned to the starting dock. Coxswain's getting pointed. No evidence of a false start, so I suspect it was an official's decision to restart the race. No penalties assessed. And we're back in those same lanes. Lane 1, Washington. Lane 2, Northeastern. Lane 3, Boston University. Lane 4, Cornell. Lane 5, Yale. And Lane 6, Pennsylvania. We should have a start in just a moment. First, the crews will be polled. And I think they're doing that now because I see crews swinging up toward the ready. Some blades in the water, so we ought to get a start. Countdown imminent. We're off. Boy, Northeastern got 2 strokes in really quickly. Very clean, very nice. Whoa, are we winding it up here? Washington off at 47. Northeastern 46. Cornell 45. Boston University up in there 45. Now the crews will flatten it out a little bit, stay high a little longer. We should start to see some settling taking place. Northeastern's in pretty good shape here for the lead. Cornell's out there with them. Washington is ahead. Washington's out in front by a little bit. BU's up in there. Yale's doing a nice job. We're going to turn this over to Bob Jocksetter at the 250 mark. This is a really hot start with Yale getting a good share of it here. And Washington.
And it looks like the Washington crew is about a seat behind Northeastern as we cross 350 meters. Northeastern with 2 seats on Washington. Washington with about 3 seats on Boston University. Behind Boston University, about a half a length back is Yale. Yale's a little bit up on Cornell. And in the far side, Pennsylvania, a couple of seats down on Cornell. As we cross 500, Northeastern still leads, but it's down to 1 seat. And Boston University is still hanging right there It's one seat from Northeastern back to Washington, and 2 more seats from Washington back to Boston U. So with 3 to qualify, BU now has 3/4 of a length over Cornell and Yale, with Pennsylvania trailing. So coming up on to 750, both Northeastern and Washington seem to be rowing stroke for stroke, with Northeastern holding that lead, and here comes Washington creeping forward. It hasn't been an obvious attempt. It's just been Washington rowing its race, I think. And they've drawn level with Northeastern 800 meters into the race. Still, Boston University only about 1/3 of a length back, and they have about 3/4 of a length over Cornell. So now it's bows level for the last 100 meters or so between Northeastern and Washington now, for the first time, noses into the lead, approaching the 1,000. Conservative, strong, rowing their own race, these 2 crews in the lead, with BU in 3rd.
Washington has been very workmanlike here and just patient, but clearly they got the word to de-emphasize the first 1,000, because they are just pouring it on right now. I heard a little bit of a rebel yell from the bow 4, and they're taking a couple seats on Northeastern right here. But a great race developing over on the far side. Northeastern and Boston University just a half a length apart. And then the question is, can the Big Red move up on Boston University? Boston University is being closely paced by Yale. Yale's only a couple seats down on BU, and then Pennsylvania on the far side. So it's really a couple of seats from lane 3 all the way over to lane 6, separating each of the crews. The Huskies here now, getting almost a length over, the Washington Huskies, almost a length over Northeastern. Not quite. Coxon on bow of the Northeastern shell, but it's just a little bit of jockeying here to qualify. They're in this rep here to go right into the final. See what they can do here. Boston University making a nice push to come up, and can Cornell really mount a charge with 500 to go? That's where all the cookies are, if the Big Red can come up and challenge BU. But right now it looks like these crews are locked in relative positions. Washington maybe taking it up just a smidge here. Take a little check on the rating. 36 going into the last 100 meters. Strokes them in long and strong, characteristically reaching out, sitting up tall, scooping the blades. And we'll turn it over to Rick. So Washington 1, Northeastern 2, and if nothing changes, Boston University will be the 3rd qualifier.
We've got it here, Fred. Thank you. It is Washington out in front. Washington doing a nice job. Northeastern hanging tough. And Boston University made a real nice push just before the 500 to go to establish themselves in 3rd. Cornell is making a charge. Washington out there almost of a length out in front. Northeastern there right next to them. BU in that red shell going tough. And here comes Cornell, maybe a little bit late with it. Here it is, Washington right now. Northeastern now. BU now. Cornell now. Yale now. And Penn coming into the finishing zone and across the line now. Washington, Northeastern, Boston University will join Princeton, Cal, and Brown in the grand final. Cornell, Yale, Pennsylvania will be in the petite finale, along with Syracuse, Dartmouth, and Navy. We'll move on just quickly to our next event. Set things up for a 10:30 start. Men's second varsity semifinal 1. In lane 1, Princeton. Lane 2, California. Lane 3, Brown. Lane 4, Cornell. Lane 5, Wisconsin. And lane 6, Yale, as we await the unofficial results and placings and times for that second semi of men's third varsity eights. And we're moving back to give you another look here on the big screen of that finish for the second heat of men's third varsity eights. Look at a nice line across those bows, and it was a close, hard fought race for those top 4 or 5 crews. No question about it. They really went at it. And here are our unofficial results. Washington, the winner, 6:01.452. Second, Northeastern, 6:03.616. Third, BU, 6:05.306. Those 3 crews, Washington, Northeastern, and BU, advanced to the grand final. 4th place. Made a real good run at the very end there. Cornell University, 6:07.284. 5th place, Yale, 6:10.138. And 6th place, Pennsylvania, 6:18.199. Men's third varsity 8 semifinal 2. Next race, about 4 minutes out. Semifinal 1 of the second varsity 8s. We're looking at the loading dock, and they're pulling in there right now. So we should have a race off right on time here. Those lane assignments for semifinal 1. Second varsity 8s, in lane 1, Princeton. In lane 2, California. In lane 3, Brown. In lane 4, Cornell. In lane 5, Wisconsin. And lane 6, Yale. Now this is back to 3 crews advanced to the grand final, and places 4, 5, and 6 row in the petite finale. We'll be back for the start of that race in just a moment. We're back to the starting dock. This is men's second varsity 8 semifinal 1. All the crews are attached to the dock. Cox is doing last-minute adjustments. I'm sure we haven't had a polling yet. This should be hot racing, no question about it. We've had some dynamite racing already this morning, and this should be another one just like it. These races mean so much to these rowers. Year-round trainers, thousands of miles of rowing in preparation. These second varsity crews a number of them are right up to the speed of varsity crews. It should be hot racing. I'm seeing hands in the air, last minute adjustment on courses. Rowers sliding forward, so I suspect the polling is going on now. We should have a start momentarily. Getting close to a start here. The blades are in the water. The chins are up, and here we go. Good strokes. Wow. Right off the line, and they are already up in the 45, 46 range. Winding it up. Cornell, 47. California, 48. Princeton's up there, too, 49. Brown off well. All the crews are high, and boy, they're clean, and are they aggressive. No one wants to give an inch on this one. Now we're out. They're probably steadying up around 40 strokes a minute. No settles here. They're on it. Cornell's still high. Wisconsin's up in there. This is going to be hard to pick a lead crew. I'm going to call California out by a little bit, but all the others are tight as we turn it over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
That's taken the early lead. They were a little conservative off the line compared to Cornell, Brown, and Princeton, who were very high, but it is California with about a 2-seat lead, 3 seats over Princeton. Princeton with a couple of seat lead over Cornell, and Cornell 1 seat over Brown. As we're 350 meters in, it's California now sliding away. It's about 2.5 seats. California over Princeton. Cornell about 2 seats still behind Princeton as we cross 500 meters, and 2 seats further back from Cornell is Brown. Then it's about a half a length back on to Yale and Wisconsin. So it's California now with about a third of a length over Princeton, but both Brown and Cornell are nosing up on Princeton. Those 3 crews are essentially level 650 meters into the race with 3 to qualify. Then it's 3/4 of a length back to Wisconsin and Yale. So it's 750. It's California now by half a length, and your new second place crew is Cornell. Cornell has just a few feet over Brown as Brown also catches and goes by Princeton. Princeton's certainly not out of it. It's only a couple of seats. But at this point, it's California leading Cornell by half a length. Cornell by a seat or 2 over Brown. And Princeton now level with Brown again. So coming up on 1,000 meters with 3 to qualify, it's California with a solid lead, 3/4 of a length or so. But we've got those 3 Eastern crews, Cornell, Princeton, and Brown, locked in a real struggle for 2 lanes left in the final.
Okay, Bob, it looks like Cornell's taking a push here to try and get a little bit of distance between themselves and Brown and Princeton. They've got a couple of seats up. California is your clear front runner. They look long and strong. Let me see a rating check here on them. Probably 36 plus. Better make it 37 plus. I think California's taking a flutter right here to try and get a little margin, and they are breaking, just about to break a length. But now Brown is taking a big push, so Brown is coming up to challenge for second. Princeton had been in second, but very closely followed by Brown and Cornell. So this is going to be one doozy of a finish between these 3 crews, Cornell, Brown, and Princeton. California clearly out. Wisconsin and Yale on the far side have fallen off the pace. California still in control. Brown and Princeton getting the best of Cornell right now. I'd say Brown is in second now, a couple seats up on the Tigers, and Tigers have about 3/4 of a length up on Cornell. But wait a minute, here comes Wisconsin. Wisconsin's trying to bring it up and challenge Cornell. 500 meters to go. not a lot of time left. California in the driver's seat. Brown and Princeton, both highly seeded crews, in control of those qualifying spots. Cornell doing everything they can, but it may be too little too late. Unless Princeton hits the wall. Looks like David Octo in the Princeton boat here in the 2 seat, churning away, trying to bring his crew up. Princeton coming back nicely now on Brown. Very close between Brown and Princeton for second as they both come up a little bit on Cal. Over to the finish line, and Coach Clothier.
We've got it here, Fred. Thank you. California in the lead. Boy, Princeton and Brown are going at it. Ding dong. It's Princeton by 2 feet maybe right now. They're all coming up on Cal. But Cal's in pretty good shape for this thing. Wisco's mounting a little bit of a charge over there on Cornell, but those are not qualifying slots. Cornell's got that pretty well established. I'd say it's California, half a length, Princeton second, Brown coming hard. Brown would like to have that second place, but it's 3 to advance, and they're out in front. They're clearly out in front. Cornell in 4th, Wisconsin in 5th. We're coming down to this finish here. It's California, half a boat length, a little more than half. Now, real close here for between Brown and Princeton for second and third. Cornell 4th, Wisconsin 5th, and Yale 6th. So we sort of had 2 3-boat races there. Boy, were they dandy races, too. What that means to us is, in second varsity eights, California, Princeton, and Brown advance to the grand final. Cornell, Wisconsin, and Yale will row in the petite finale. We should have those times and unofficial results for you in just a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the finish line area, we have had turned into us a car key for a Dodge automobile. And if you're driving a Dodge and you're in the finish line area, yellow tag on the keys, if you'll come over to the announcing stand, we'll have that car key for you. We should have some final results or some unofficial results for the first heat of the men's first semifinal of the men's second varsity eights in a moment. We do know that California, Princeton, and Brown are the 3 crews that will advance to the grand final, and that Cornell, Yale, and Wisconsin will row in the second final. And here we have those unofficial results. First place, California, 556.044. In second place, Princeton, 558.087. Third place, Brown, 558.331. Those 3 crews move to the grand final. Then our second sort of 3-boat race, really hotly contested also. 4th place, Cornell, 605.210. 5th place, Wisconsin, 606.731. And 6th place, Yale, 608.509. So Cornell and Wisconsin and Yale will move to the petite finale tomorrow. And here's a look at that finish again, right here on the big screen. California, Princeton, Brown. Boom, boom, boom. Nice job, guys. That second varsity category is a hot category. We're going to see some great racing in that grand finale tomorrow. Moving on to our second second varsity eights. Quick look at the lane assignments here. Lane 1, Northeastern. Lane 2, Washington. Lane 3, the Naval Academy. Lane 4, Boston University. Lane 5, Oregon State. And Lane 6, Pennsylvania. We're about 5 minutes away from a start. We'll come back to you when we get a minute or two away from that start. I can see crews already on the starting platform, so that race should get underway right on time. We're moving back up to the starting dock for the second semifinal of men's second varsity eights. All the crews are on the dock. Coxon's making some last-minute adjustments. Everybody's looking quite comfortable, so I suspect we're not close to a polling yet. I'm going to run those lanes down one more time for you. It's Northeastern in lane 1, Washington in lane 2, the Naval Academy in lane 3, Boston University in lane 4, Oregon State in lane 5, and Pennsylvania in lane 6. I'm starting to see some movement in the shells, but nothing that would indicate that we have a countdown. A little sculling, a little pointing, get those shells right into that perfectly centered position so that when they hear that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 attention go, boy, they can go right down the middle of that lane. No issues, no rudder on or anything like that. This should be a dynamite race right here. The last first semifinal, the last race that we saw, boy, was it a tremendous racing effort, and we look for more of that in this semifinal, Heat 2, men's second varsity 8 event. I think we've got some polling by the looks of the crews. They look like they're coming forward on the slides. They're not ready to bury their oars and get ready to start, but it looks like we're getting some polling down the line here. Crews preparing for the start. Really nice water up there at the start. Great situation. What wonderful weather we've had here both yesterday and today. Naval Academy swinging forward, getting ready to go. Yeah, we're in the pole, I'm sure. We should have a countdown shortly here. All right, this start should be imminent here. Everyone's up at the front end of the slide. The blades are in the water. Should have a countdown. Here we go. Here we go. And we are right up there. The Naval Academy had that second stroke in awfully fast. Washington is away. Northeastern very strong off the line also. Those inside 3 crews in lane 1, 2, and 3 are right out there. BU, nice start. 49 Washington. 48 Navy. 48 Northeastern. They are really spinning these rates up. Now they're leveling off, probably in the low 40s, high 30s. Haven't seen anybody settle yet. Now we're getting some crews settling out. Mid-30s, early leaders, Washington. BU's in good shape. We're going to turn the race over now to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
44, and Northeastern has grabbed the early lead. We had Navy off at 42 before shifting, and they are actually in second place now, 1 seat behind Northeastern and 2 seats up on Washington. Washington then has about a seat and a half, 2 seats on BU, with Penn right behind that, and Oregon State a third of a length behind Penn. So Northeastern now level with Navy, both of them a deck ahead of Washington. This will be 3 to qualify. Behind Washington, though, BU still throwing them in. They're only a seat back of Washington with 500 meters gone. So once again, though, you can see Washington very relaxed, rowing their own race. It's almost like they're ignoring the boats behind them. They're at 34 strokes a minute. Northeastern now just nudges in front of Navy for the lead again, but it's Washington coming up. Both of those boats are at 34. All 3 of these leaders are at about 34. Washington, though, noses up. They've passed Navy, and they have caught Northeastern. Washington now pokes its nose into the lead. Washington leads by about a deck now over Navy and Northeastern, who are essentially level, but BU only a deck behind that after 750 meters. It's then 3/4 of a length back to Penn and another 1/3 of a length back to Oregon State. So it's Washington, 800 meters in, with a 1/3 of a length now over Northeastern. Northeastern with 3 seats now on Navy, but it's Boston University coming up to challenge Navy. They're only 1 seat back, and right now that's the fight for qualification. So, 900 meters, we approach halfway. It's Washington by 1/3 of a length over Northeastern. Northeastern by 1/2 a length over Navy. Navy fighting furiously to stay ahead of Boston University, who is another 2 seats back.
All right, Bob, the Huskies have taken the rating up just a little bit, so they must have decided to take a push just before the 1,000, because I think they went up to 36 or so, 35.5, 36 right now. So interesting how they just really de-emphasized the first 500, let everybody else scramble a bit, and now they're taking control of the race. Northeastern clearly in second, has 2 or 3 seats over Navy. Navy has a couple seats over Boston University. Boston has a 1/2 a length over Penn, and Penn has open water over Oregon State. The Huskies, with 1,250 meters in, about 3/4 of a length over Northeastern. Just continuing to power away. That would be the Huskies from Seattle. Got to clarify with two Husky crews in the race. Occasional gusts of wind here in the third 500. Middle of the third 500 now. The white blades of Washington starting to take over. But it's a really good battle. A very feisty Navy crew and Boston crew on the inside will be duking it out with Northeastern here in the last 500. Pennsylvania and Oregon State have fallen off the pace. So what can the Terriers do? Can the Terriers mount a charge and get past Navy? Let's see what happens here in the last 500. Looks like all of those 3 boats are even now. Looks like Boston University has come up almost even with Navy. Navy almost even with Northeastern. Washington a clear 1 length advantage over those 3. Now Navy takes another 10. Really good race. This will come down to the wire between Navy, Northeastern, and Boston University. Washington, only 2 more boats will qualify. Right now, advantage Northeastern. Northeastern a couple seats up on Navy. Can the Terriers break through? Can Navy break through to take second away from Northeastern? Coming up to the finish line now, over to Rick Clothier as Washington's in control.
Washington out, Fred. You got that right. We're going to call Northeastern in second and Navy in third. BU's making a real run at it. They've been the low boat all along. Navy's been a little higher, but boy, it's going to be tight. Going to be tight at the finish. Only 3 are going to go. We got 4 crews out here. It's Washington, it's Northeastern, it's BU and Navy. Let's see what happens for that 3rd slot. Navy so far. BU coming up strong. Last 10 strokes. Washington, Northeastern, Navy, BU. Here we go at the line. Washington, Northeastern, Navy, BU. That's my call. It's close, but I believe that's the order. So those crews, it looks like we'll have to leave that last call up to the officials. It was close. Here's Pennsylvania finishing up. Now, and Oregon State finishing up. Now, from the looks of it here, and we'll leave this up to the officials, the 3 crews that will advance and go forward to the grand final would be Washington, Northeastern, and the Naval Academy in that order. Very close between Navy and BU, but if I have it right, that is it. I'm going to stick with that, and we should have those results shortly. We're going to try to run that back for those of you watching the big screen out here, show you that close finish again for that last qualifying slot in the grand final. Here it is. There's your finish. Washington, Northeastern, and you can see it's Navy by most of a deck, really, over BU. Going to give you one more shot for the driver of a Dodge automobile with a yellow tag on the key. We've got your key here. Come on up and we'll give you the key. The unofficial results. We had that call right. Washington first, 606.490. Northeastern, 609.377. And in third place, the Naval Academy, 610.022. Fourth place, Boston University, 610.56. So 0.5 of a second between Navy and BU. Fifth place, Pennsylvania, 626.379. And sixth place, Oregon State, 635.037. Much like the first semifinal of that second Varsity 8 event, hot racing, very competitive, no one willing to yield much in those top four crews in each of those events. So, unfortunately, someone has to go to that petite final. There are crews that will row in that petite final tomorrow that in another year might have been in the grand final. So Washington, Northeastern, and Navy will join California, Princeton, and Brown in the grand final second Varsity 8s tomorrow. We will have now just a little bit more of a break than we've been having. There's about a 30-minute window here before we move on to the men's Varsity 8 semifinals 1 and 2. So relax, enjoy, and we'll be back to you as we get a little closer to that first heat of the men's semifinal Varsity 8s. Well, we're back. Semifinal varsity 8s. 11:15 race. We'll run down those lanes for you. In lane 1, California. Lane 2, Washington. Lane 3, Brown. Lane 4, Northeastern. Lane 5, the Naval Academy. Lane 6, Columbia. Now, days gone by, these varsity races were regarded and still are as the national championship. We now spend a lot of time and energy and effort on tonight, the overall team trophy, as is the case with the women, the way they score their racing at the NCAA championships. But I think we still look at this men's varsity 8 as the end-all, be-all in men's rowing. It is the national championship. These crews are racing for 3 of those slots in the grand final tomorrow afternoon. Places 1, 2, and 3 will advance directly to the grand final. 4, 5, and 6 will be rowing in the petite finale. 4 in the end, places 7 through 12 in the national rankings. The crews are on the starting dock. They've all been taken care of by the stake boat people, and they're tapping the boats around and getting them aligned. There's just a little bit of that activity, not much. This should be just dynamite racing. No kidding. California and Washington have already had it at each other twice. The Huskies from Seattle winning both of those, very close margins. We've got Brown in here, second place at the sprints. A coming on Northeastern crew that's done so well this year. The Naval Academy's had a great year over there in lane 5. Columbia with Scott Alwyn there, the new coach, just doing a great job. I see hands up. That would indicate we're into the polling. Coxswains are getting their points. And of course, again, they want to be dead center, right down the middle of that lane when they hear the command go. Last minute touching around, one hand up, all the others down. In the poll, we should have a start momentarily. I'm seeing blades buried. So we're probably getting a countdown. And here we go. Underway. Washington, 48. California, 49. Brown, 47. And they're spinning it higher. Nobody wants to give an inch here. Let's see what happens as they get out a little bit. Leveling off now a little, 40, 41, 42 strokes a minute. Still high. Nobody's stretched out yet. Washington is busted out pretty well here. We're looking at the far side here. Tough to call. I'm going to call Washington out in front. Cal right with him. Northeastern's in there too, as is Brown. Turning it over now. The Naval Academy's up in here too. Nice start, Navy. Turning it over to Bob Jocksetter in the launch.
Settling down now, but it's California that's nosed in front. Off the line. They're closely followed by Washington and Brown. It's California that went off at around 45, as did Brown and Washington. California now with a third of a length over Brown. Brown is a seat ahead of Washington. Make that a quarter length, Cal over Brown. And it's Brown by a seat and a half over Washington. Northeastern at 500 meters gone is in 4th place, but they are a half a length behind Washington. It's then a couple seats further back to Navy, and then a quarter length behind Navy is Columbia. So it's California in the lead. They've got a deck length on Brown. Brown has 2 seats, 3 seats over Washington. Northeastern climbing back into it a little bit. Northeastern now is half a length behind Washington. This is 3 to qualify. Northeastern has half a length on Navy, and Navy half a length on Columbia. California trying to take a push here as they approach 750 because Brown is moving. Brown and California, the top 2, it's California by about a seat and a half, and then 3 seats behind Brown would be Washington. Northeastern now, they had that nice little surge, but they're having trouble hanging on at the moment. They're now 2/3 of a length behind Washington. So it's California, a couple of seats over Brown, approaching the 1,000. It is California by half a length over Washington. So California, quarter length ahead of Brown, another quarter length back to Washington, and then 3/4 of a length back to Northeastern.
All right, Bob, here we go. This is the one race qualifier we're all been waiting for. Very difficult with some very fast crews. California rowing inspired right here in front of us, and Brown as well. Uncharacteristically very smooth here. Not uncharacteristically smooth, but quite a performance by the Bruin here as they are leading Washington by a good half a length. The Huskies from Boston falling off the pace now, a full length behind the Huskies from Seattle. University of Washington trying to make a pushback, but running in third right now. Let's see if they've just been saving it in that middle 1,000. California, though, looking like a different crew probably from the Pac-12s, leading Washington by a full length. This is probably the largest margin this Cal crew has had on the Huskies the whole season. Brown running level now with Washington, so Washington did take a move there in the third 500 to bring their boat up even with the Huskies, or rather the Huskies even with Brown. And now rather Northeastern can mount a charge. Northeastern trying, but really a little bit out of it here, 2.5, 3 seconds back at Brown, but they are starting to come. 500 meters to go. The Huskies from Boston trying to make it into the final by catching up with Brown and Washington. Now Washington takes the rating up. Washington had been sitting on the rating cap at 30. Now they're 37.5. California, and let's see if they can really row Cal down here. California now, they're going up to 39. They say, none of this, Washington. We're going to lead you all the way in. So California at 39 with about 35 strokes to go is probably going to hold on and beat the Huskies for the first time this season. The Huskies a comfortable length ahead of Brown, and Brown, if everything goes according to plan, should be able to hold off the Huskies from Boston. Maybe coming up as well, but right now it's California, Washington, and Brown.
California out in front. Washington charging. Brown charging. Northeastern's coming hard. Cal looks like it's 3/4 to a full length out here. Nice job all the way through. 38, 39, up to 40. It's Cal right now. Washington right now. And Brown right now. Northeastern now. Navy a length back. Right now. Open water, half a length. Columbia now. Okay, well, we're setting it up for tomorrow. California, Washington, and Brown. California, Washington, and Brown advancing to the grand final. Tomorrow's championships. Northeastern, Navy, and Columbia will row in the petite finale for places 7 through 12. In that race, California took it from the first stroke and just went right out. At one point, holding nearly a length lead over Washington. Washington at about 700 meters to go had been rowing 36, went to 38, gobbled up Brown, made a dent in Cal, but Cal looked over there, went to 39 with about 400 to go, and held them off, and that is significant. But they're all in this sport. When you're running semis, there's always tomorrow. Now we have the unofficial results for the semifinal one, and it was California in first place, 547.397. Second place, the University of Washington, 549.863. So we're looking at 2.5 seconds. Not a full length, but a good share of a full length. In third place, Brown University, 5:53.127. Those three crews will advance directly to the final and row for the championship tomorrow afternoon. Fourth place, Northeastern, 5:55.225. Fifth place, the Naval Academy, 5:58.154. And in sixth place, Columbia, 6:03.831. We're moving on now to semifinal 2 men's varsity eights. This is a race to be started at 11:30 East Coast time in lane 1, Princeton. Lane 2, Harvard. Lane 3, Yale. Lane 4, Boston University. Lane 5, Wisconsin. And lane 6, Cornell. I expect we're going to see another really hot crew race, just a dandy race. The pace in that first semifinal was furious, no question about it. Furious pace. Weather great, balmy conditions. We should see similar speed, I would think. Again, the top 3 finishers will go directly to the grand final and race for the national championship. Places 4, 5, and 6 will row in the petite finale for places 7 through 12. That race will start at 12:30. We're about 5 minutes away. We'll come back to you when we get a little closer. Well, we're going back up to the loading dock, the starting dock. All crews are on the dock. give you those lane assignments one more time. Lane 1, Princeton. Lane 2, Harvard. Lane 3, Yale. Lane 4, Boston University. Lane 5, Wisconsin. And Lane 6, Cornell. Wisconsin just backing on to the dock. The other crews, it looks like, are there. Maybe we're missing one, but it won't be long, 3 minutes or so to a start. BU pulling in there next, and then we should have the dock loaded. Furious pace in that first semi, and I think we're going to see more of that in the second semi here. This is for everything. All these crews would love to be in that grand final, racing for the top 6 places in U.S. heavyweight men's rowing tomorrow. So no one's going to yield. It won't come easy. Coxon's making little adjustments here to the start. We're still a little bit away from it. I'm sure there's been no polling. Last minute adjustments on the alignment, and then we'll get into that polling. All right, back up to the start. Coxon's hands are in the air. We're getting alignment. Should be ready for a start shortly here. I'm saying they're polling now, just by the look of the crews. Some of them are sliding forward, not all of them, but we're getting ready for a start here. A little high-fiving. I'm with you. Racing faces on, ready to go. From the far side, Princeton, Harvard, Yale, BU, Wisconsin, Cornell. We don't see any oars in the water, no blades set, so the start is not imminent. But we're right on time, so we ought to see it shortly here. Moving the boats around. Some of these boats have as much as a deck back overlapped onto the starting dock, so a little adjustment necessary to get them all on that starting line. Number of Empacher shells here in this race, as was the case that first semifinal of the varsity races. Still looks like we're trying hard to get centered up in the lanes. No polling yet. About time to get it going. Tapping it around, getting centered up in the lanes. Lots of little taps. Coxon's working hard to try to get their crews absolutely centered. Pushing them out, pulling them back, getting them on line. Now I think we're seeing some polling. I'm seeing some rowers coming up toward the front end, not in the near lanes, but over in the far lanes, trying to get alignment here still. Your aligner wants to put them on line. The coxswains want to put the shells down the center of the lane. Sometimes those efforts can be in conflict with one another because as the rowers scull or tap to gain the center of the lane, they pull the boat out of alignment with regard to the starting line. So At times, the coxswains and the liners sort of work against one another, and what we look for is some smooth cooperation and get this thing off. This race is running a little long in getting it set up here. And that just makes everybody a little more nervous, a little more excited. We ought to get this thing underway shortly. This is one of those situations where those involved seek perfection. You want to get it perfect in terms of alignment and point. Yep, we got rowers' hands in the air, coxswains' hands in the air. Everybody wants to get it right. And the ideal here is to overcorrect, just a slight overcorrection up into the breeze and let that boat just center itself as the countdown begins. Hands are up still. Now we're coming forward, getting those blades into the water, so I'm thinking the countdown is probably begun. Should have a start momentarily here. Semifinal 2, men's varsity 8s. Row. We're underway, and here we go. Boy, Yale got that second stroke in fast, as did Harvard. Harvard 48, Yale 49. Princeton's up in there too, 48. Those three crews are really winding it up here. I would say that Yale has a really nice start here. Just looking at the sterns. But the other crews are really in it too. Harvard out, Princeton out, Yale out. BU's up in there. This is good. This is good. Wisconsin's taking a nice run at it too. We're going to turn this over to Bob Jocksetter at the 250-meter mark in the coach boat.
Meters in, this Princeton crew has really attacked the start hard. We had them at 50, even in this headwind. And they're still pretty high, 300 meters in at about 38. They've got the lead. It's Harvard in second place, Yale in third. Princeton now, still pretty high. You can see a little bit of lump in the water right across the field here. But it's Princeton by about a third of a length. Princeton's still at 37.5, a third of a length ahead of Harvard. Harvard has a third of a length on Yale. Yale's up on BU by about 4 seats. And Cornell and Wisconsin just about even, 3 seats behind that. Harvard taking a little push now. Harvard trying to close in on Princeton. They've gone from about 4 seats back to about 3 seats back. It's Yale still in contact. They are about a third of a length behind Harvard. And they've got a quarter length now over BU. Harvard at 36 is still creeping back. That lead from Princeton now is about 2 seats, approaching 750 meters. So at 750 gone, it's Princeton by 2 seats over Harvard. Harvard by 7 seats over Yale. Yale by 3.5 seats over BU. BU a half a length ahead of Cornell and Wisconsin, who are essentially level. So Princeton has dug in. Harvard has come back to within 2 seats, but that's held now for about 15 strokes. And now Princeton begins to stretch away again. Yep. So as we approach the 1,000-meter mark, it's Princeton leading Harvard by a deck. 3/4 of a length back is Yale, but Yale is under increasing pressure from BU, who has come from about 6 seats back to about 2 seats back as we're halfway into the semifinal.
Okay, Bob, it is the Tigers still hanging on by a thread over a strong Harvard crew. Princeton had been rating a bit higher than Harvard, so we'll see if that plays out. Princeton likes to row a beat or two higher, if I recall from the Eastern Sprints. They're 37. Harvard now probably 36 and a half, so not much difference. Yale now taking a big push again to try and get away from Boston University. Boston University took a major push before the 1,000, which was very effective, but Yale checked it now, and after the 1,000 took their own move and have pushed back out again by 2 or 3 seats. Far from over. Boston University is known for their come-from-behind antics, and we expect to see a very strong sprint from Boston University Terriers. Wisconsin running it 5th then, and over on the far side, Cornell in 6th. Good buffeting winds here coming across the port side and affecting all the crews as Harvard and Princeton begin to pull a little bit further out on Yale and Boston University. Princeton still maintaining a half a seat lead over the Crimson. A strong performance by Yale, but they have to, because Boston University is knocking on the door yet again. Boston University is still just only 3 seats back from the Eli. Boston University has to do it now. It's the last 500. Boston is up to 37. Yale is every bit of that. Yale is at 39. Oh my gosh. Harvard now takes the lead from Princeton for the first time. Max Myers-Bossy in the 6th seat over there at Harvard, leaning on the lumber, making that Harvard boat go. Coming up, 2:50 to go. Harvard in front. Princeton a comfortable second. Everybody has a different strategy to get there, and Yale looks like they're going to hold off Boston University to qualify.
All right, we're at the finish line. We've got it. It's Harvard, slightly ahead of Princeton, and Yale has really sold out here, and they've come up and increased their lead on BU, but we still have 15, 20 strokes to go here. Harvard just ahead of Princeton by, a deck and a seat. Did a nice job. Here's Yale. BU coming strong. Yale's been rowing real high, but I think they're going to be able to hold it. It's Harvard by nearly half a length now. We're coming into the finish. It is Harvard right now, half a length. Princeton now. Yale now. Nice job, Yale. BU open water back. BU now. Wisconsin in 5th now. And Cornell now. Heck of a race. Princeton led that race for nearly 1,500 meters. Harvard took the rate up a little bit. Princeton was over them for a while. Came up level and pulled on through to win. Princeton a nice job finishing 2nd. And Yale a very, very gutsy row, rowing 38.9, a lot in that last 1,000 meters. And actually pulled out on BU in the last 500 meters. It was pretty close with about 400 to go between those two crews. So we've got the final set for tomorrow afternoon. Here's our finish. Harvard just about half a boat up on Princeton, and it's right there. Now, there's Princeton back a little more than half a length now. You'll see the Yale boat, not quite a half a boat back, a little more than half a boat, Yale. Nice job, Yale. And a little open water back to BU. And here are the unofficial results and times. First place, Harvard, 6:03.898. Second place, Princeton, 6:05.925, so about 2 seconds, a little more. And third place, Yale, 6:07.8, so we're looking at 2:22. Fourth place, BU, 6:11.533. Fifth place, Wisconsin, 6:13.795. And sixth place, Cornell, 6:16.720. Harvard, Princeton, and Yale will join Washington, California, and Brown in the grand final. BU, Wisconsin, and Cornell will join Northeastern, Navy, and Columbia in the petite finale, which sets up for some great racing tomorrow morning. Our next event will be semifinal 3 of the men's varsity 8s. These next 2 semifinals are to establish placement in the 3rd level and 4th level finals in tomorrow afternoon's racing. In the men's 3rd semifinal, the lanes. Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, Pennsylvania. Lane 3, Oregon State. Lane 4, Drexel. Lane 5, Dartmouth. And Lane 6, Holy Cross. We should have that race at 11:45. That would give us just a couple minutes. So you can see, if you're watching the big screen or at home, that nearly all the crews are on the starting dock. And we should have that event coming off right on time here in about 3 minutes. We'll get back to you in another minute or so. Well, we'll move back to the starting dock where we now have all crews attached. Coxswain's hands, once a little like the race just before, Coxswain's hands up, maneuvering the boat, trying to get it pointed perfectly. We don't have any countdown going yet, but we should have it shortly. Running those lanes one more time for you. Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, Pennsylvania. Lane 3, Oregon State. Lane 4, Drexel. Lane 5, Dartmouth. And Lane 6, Holy Cross. I'm watching the crews, and I think we're getting ready to have a countdown here. All the rowers are forward in their positions. So I see blades in the water. So we ought to be out of here shortly. Hands are down. Oh, now I'm seeing rowers maneuvering boats, some hands in the air, so that'll delay that countdown. But we're close to a start here. Must be a little bit more crosswind because a lot of people are adjusting their courses. All right, we're ready for a start out here. Semifinal 3. Blades are in the water. Here we go. Right out of the line. Oregon State, 47. Stanford, 48. Dartmouth is up there, 47. These, of course, are the early strokes. Now they'll level off into the low 40s, stretch it out for a little bit, but keep it high for another 10 or so strokes, settling down. Very difficult to see who was out, but I think Stanford's in pretty good shape here, along with Penn. Penn doing a great job. We're going to turn this race over to Bob Jocksetter in the chase boat. Bob, take
50 meters of this semifinal. It's Stanford with about a 2-seat lead on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania a couple of seats up on Oregon State. Behind Oregon State, it's very close. It looks like Holy Cross, Drexel, pretty close to level, and Dartmouth a couple of seats behind that. So Pennsylvania rowing aggressively. They're drawing up to within 1 seat now of Stanford. And Pennsylvania has a third of a length on Oregon State. As we cross 500 meters, Those are the three currently in qualifying position. It's a half a length back from Oregon State now to Drexel. Drexel has a seat or two lead on Holy Cross, and Dartmouth a couple of further seats behind. But it's Penn and Stanford essentially level, a half a length ahead of Oregon State and another half length back to Drexel. But Drexel's leading a group of three tightly bunched crews that are going to want to surge back up and try to take one of these three qualifying positions away. So 700 meters in, it's still Stanford and Penn basically even. All of these positions have been holding now for several hundred meters, with Stanford barely ahead of Penn now, still half a length back to Oregon State and another half a length back to Drexel. Stanford has gone to the lead by 2 seats now over Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania still has that half length over Oregon State, and Oregon State now may be moving slightly further ahead of Drexel. That's now up to about 2/3 of a length. So Stanford continues to propel itself forward. They're now 4 seats ahead of Penn, and it looks like Oregon State's putting in a bid. They're pushing forward into Penn. That's gone from a half a length now to about a quarter of a length, and that pulls them a little further ahead of Drexel as we cross the 1,000 meters.
All right, Stanford here looking like they're trying to extend their lead just a little bit. They're a little bit racy on the slides. They're probably 35.5, 36. This wind has played a factor in keeping the ratings down a little bit. Pennsylvania was at 34, and now they're being tied here by Oregon State. Looks like Oregon State's only 1 seat back, so I guess I wouldn't call it tied yet. But Oregon State is making a strong bid to come level with Pennsylvania. Drexel's still very much in the fight, and the other 2 crews, Dartmouth and Holy Cross, have fallen off the pace by open water. Halfway through the third 500, Stanford increases their lead to 6 seats over Penn and Oregon State, and Drexel trying hard to make a bid right here because they know they're running out of water if they want to qualify. Steady as she goes for Stanford. Pennsylvania now coming up just a little bit, getting a good bite, but no rating changes yet. Pretty strong headwind right now, keeping the ratings down. 35.5 for Pennsylvania right now, so they came up a little bit. 500 to go, the bell rings. Who's it going to be? Can Drexel come up? That'd be a real nice story for Drexel if they could come up and challenge Oregon State. And here they come. They've raised their rating. Drexel now at 39. It's nothing to lose. Let's go for it. And they're starting to come up a little bit on the orange shirts of Oregon State. Drexel continues to advance. Pennsylvania holding on to second by 2.5 seats over Oregon. Stanford comfortably in front, 6 or 7 seats. Stanford's rating has popped up now. Probably 30, 38 at least. Yep, 38 for Stanford. And that's the way it'll play out. It doesn't look like Drexel's going to muster enough speed to capture third. Over to Rick.
Thanks, Fred. We've got it here. Stanford out in front, wire to wire. Penn's done a nice job hanging in there in second place. Oregon State made a run, and looks like they're trying to step it up a little bit more at the end here. Stanford out in front by most of a length. Pennsylvania maybe half a boat or a little less. Oregon State's really sticking them in here in the last few. Now we're down to the finish with just a few left. Oregon State coming real hard. It is Stanford now, Pennsylvania now, and Oregon State that quickly. Drexel now. Holy Cross, Dartmouth, and Holy Cross now. So this is semifinal number 3. First 3 crews into the third level final. They are Stanford, Pennsylvania, and Oregon State. We're going to give you that finish one more time here. There's Stanford, Pennsylvania, and Oregon State really tight, a deck or less. Nice racing from all the crews. We'll have these results up for you shortly for the unofficial placement and times. In first place, Stanford, 617.848. In second place, Pennsylvania, 620.272. Closely followed by third place, Oregon State, 620.782. About 0.5 of a second. Fourth place, Drexel, 623.370. Fifth place, Dartmouth, 630.633. And sixth place, Holy Cross, 633.072. Stanford, Pennsylvania, and Oregon State will row tomorrow afternoon in the third level final. Drexel, Dartmouth, and Holy Cross will row in the fourth level final. I think that is to be rowed tomorrow morning. We'll move ahead now to semifinal 4, which is the same situation as semifinal 3. The top 3 rowing for third level finals, and places 4, 5, and 6 will row in the fourth level finals. The lane assignments for the semifinal 4, men's varsity 8s. Lane 1, George Washington University. Lane 2, FIT. Lane 3, Syracuse. Lane 4, Hobart. Lane 5, Gonzaga. And Lane 6, University of San Diego. We are just a few minutes away from a start. We'll get back to you when we get just a little closer to that starting time. We're going back up to the starting dock for men's varsity 8 semifinal 4, and the crews are still trying to get onto the dock. We're still a couple minutes away, but this would be in some cases a penalty for FIT because they've just arrived at the dock. I don't think we're been very aggressive on that here in the regatta, and we still have time to get it straightened out. The coxswains are trying to get centered up in their lanes. We should have a start within the next 2 minutes. We'll run through those lanes one more time. It's Drexel in lane 1, Harvard in lane 2, Gonzaga in lane 3. We're going to correct those lane assignments. I was in the wrong place here. Lane 1, George Washington University. Lane 2, FIT. Lane 3, Syracuse. Lane 4, Hobart. Lane 5, Gonzaga. And Lane 6, the University of San Diego. Moments away from a start. I can see blades in the water, so we ought to be having a countdown here very shortly. One hand up. All other hands are down. Now we're down. Semifinal 4, men's varsity 8s. And we're off. Boy, they're getting those second strokes in fast. George Washington, 47. FIT, 47. Syracuse is up in there at 47. Hobart, 47. They all want to row around 47 strokes a minute. Very high, very aggressive. Syracuse is really burning it up here. We should get a call on this. I'm going to call George Washington out in front along with Syracuse. FIT in third place, but all three of those crews are doing a great job. There's overlap there. The only crew back, clearly back, is USD. All right, we got another perspective on it, and we'll turn it over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
Off to a good start. They've led after 250 over FIT. Florida Tech is about a deck behind. Florida Tech has a deck on Syracuse. Behind that, it's a deck back from Syracuse to Hobart. Then Gonzaga and San Diego probably about level in 5th and 6th. So it's now George Washington with a quarter of a length over Florida Institute of Technology. FIT has close to a half a length now on Syracuse, and Syracuse has about a half a length on Hobart. Gonzaga 2 seats back of Hobart, and San Diego 2 seats further back as we cross 500. FIT putting on a push here. They've drawn to within 2.5 seats now of the leading George Washington crew. And Syracuse maintaining contact. They're nosing up onto FIT. So the three leaders are getting closer together, which, as you might expect, draws them a little further ahead of the three trailing crews. It's now from Syracuse nearly 3/4 of a length back to Hobart. With 3 to qualify, it's Hobart trying to hang on to see if they can keep themselves in this picture. So it's 7:50. It's a third of a length from George Washington back to Florida Tech. Florida Tech maybe a third of a length over Syracuse. Syracuse 2/3 of a length over Hobart. Actually, Hobart's put a push on. That might be down to a half a length. Syracuse half a length over Hobart. In third place, a third of a length behind FIT. And FIT now just about half a length behind George Washington. So Gonzaga not out of contact yet, but they're nearly 3/4 of a length behind Hobart, and San Diego 3/4 of a length behind that. So crossing the 1,000, George Washington beginning to extend its lead over Florida Tech, who's still holding off Syracuse by a third of a length.
Oh, Bob, the Colonials have had an aggressive posture the entire way, and they're getting the best of FIT now as they stretch their lead out to 7 seats. FIT and those distinctive striped shirts are just running barely a seat or two, well, call it 3 seats ahead of the Orangemen from Syracuse. And then again, Hobart, as you called just a moment ago, ahead of Gonzaga. All the way over San Diego, but they're falling off the pace. 12:50 in, middle of the third 500. FIT's making a strong push now, coming up on George Washington. And it looks like Syracuse is joining that party, or that effort. And maybe the Colonials have burned a little bit too much juice in the first 1,000, but we'll see. The real race here is between Hobart and Syracuse to see right now if Hobart can come up on Syracuse and challenge them for that third spot. FIT Coxon having a look over at George Washington saying, hey guys, we're in striking distance. Let's do this right now. Ratings come up 38.5 for FIT, and I think they're about to catch them. FIT in an Italian shell, a white Filippi, and George Washington still holding on. Looks like they're rowing a Hudson named the John Devlin. John Devlin, a longtime coach down at Thompson Boathouse. So at Syracuse, Washington topped FIT, and FIT was second. So this is a little payback for FIT as they head into the last 350 meters. The striped shirts from Florida leading the charge. I'll turn it over to Rick Clothier in the tower. Syracuse and Hobart in a good fight on the inside.
Thanks, Fred. We've got it here. We got George Washington now in second place. FIT has pulled out strongly. It's FIT. It's get it right yet. FIT, George Washington, Syracuse, with Hobart mustering a great challenge here in the last little bit. FIT is your leader. George Washington still holding there on the outside. Syracuse and Hobart coming up strong. It's FIT. It's George Washington. It's still Syracuse. Hobart is really trying to get up in this. Down at the finish. At the finish. I'm going to call it FIT right now. George Washington now. Syracuse now. Hobart now. Three crews within probably a second and a half. Here comes Gonzaga in for fifth right now. And the University of San Diego now. Dandy race, dandy race. FIT charging through the last 500, taking the lead from George Washington, who had led up until that point. Those three crews then, FIT, George Washington, and Syracuse, will row in the third level finals tomorrow. Hobart, Gonzaga, and USD, University of San Diego, will row in the fourth level finals. We should have the placement and the unofficial placement and times coming up shortly. And we've got another view of the finish. There's FIT. There's George Washington. There's Syracuse, really close. And there's Hobart. And we have the unofficial results for our last race, which was semifinal 4, men's varsity 8. Now we're back. Men's Varsity 8 semifinal 4 unofficial results, placement, and times. First place, FIT, 611.197. Second place, George Washington, 613.310. Third place, Syracuse, 613.907. Fourth place, Hobart, 614.754. Fifth place, Gonzaga, 625.456. And sixth place, the University of San Diego, 630.947. FIT, George Washington, and Syracuse will join Pennsylvania, Stanford, and Oregon State in the third level final. Hobart, Gonzaga, and USD will join Dartmouth, Drexel, and Holy Cross in the fourth level finals. And tomorrow, I think that fourth level final goes in the morning, and the third level final goes right around noon. We'll move on now to event 17. It's a 12:15 start, East Coast time. It is men's second varsity semifinal 3. Now this, like the varsity semifinals 3 and 4, establishes placement for third level and fourth level racing tomorrow. We've got some time before we have this semifinal 3 men's second varsity 8s, but we'll go ahead and place the crews for you. Lane 1, Syracuse. Lane 2, Dartmouth. Lane 3, Stanford. Lane 4, Columbia. Lane 5, the University of San Diego. And Lane 6, Hobart. These crews are, as the varsity crews did, these crews are racing for third level and fourth level finals placements in tomorrow's racing. This is men's second varsity 8, semifinal 3, to be rowed at 12:15 p.m. I'll get back to you as we get closer to the start of that race. To the crowd at the finish line, one more time on this key to the Dodge vehicle. Has a yellow tag on it. It's a Dodge key. And I think this name on the yellow tag says Crowley. So, Mr. Crowley, if you want to come and get this key, we'll give it to you. Bring ID if you want the key. Men's second varsity 8 semifinal 3 is on the line. The crews are poised for the start. I think we're in the countdown. We should be off shortly. Here we go. Right off the line. Stanford got a second stroke in. Wow, fast. And they're winding it up here. Stanford 44. Syracuse is getting a nice start in here, too. Syracuse 47. Dartmouth's a high, also 46. Those three crews away very well here. Columbia's up in there. Nice start. Shifting down a little bit now, leveling off at around 40 or 39. And they'll shift out into that race cadence. Very close here. Syracuse is in good shape on this race. Stanford's looking good. Dartmouth's out there. Columbia's in it. We're going to turn this race over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat. Bob?
Yeah, that's right.
Columbia USD. Well, 300 meters into the race, the Syracuse second varsity has taken the early lead in this semifinal. They've got a third of a length over second place Dartmouth. Dartmouth leads Columbia by a quarter of a length. Stanford is about a deck behind Columbia. On the far side, it looks like Hobart, half a length behind Columbia and just ahead of San Diego. So we crossed 500 at Syracuse by nearly half a length over Dartmouth, with Columbia a third of a length further back, and Stanford pulling up trying to challenge Columbia for third place. It's now 3/4 of a length back to Hobart and another half length back to San Diego. Dartmouth making a push. They're closing in a little bit on Syracuse. It's now Syracuse by 4 seats over Dartmouth. Make that 3 seats over Dartmouth. Make that 2.5 seats over Dartmouth. At 7:50, it's Dartmouth pressing Syracuse. They're bringing Columbia with them. Columbia's a half a length behind Dartmouth, and it's still very tight with Stanford pressing Columbia. They're about a quarter of a length behind Columbia. It's now open water back to Hobart and then San Diego. So it's still creeping back, Dartmouth, creeping back, stroke by stroke. It's now Columbia by just over a deck. Dartmouth just over a deck behind Syracuse. Columbia also coming up. Columbia now a third of a length behind Dartmouth, and Stanford closing in. Stanford within a deck now of Columbia. So as we cross the 1,000, we've got a pretty entertaining semifinal going on for 3 to qualify.
Absolutely. The Orangemen now are having to really work to stay ahead of the boys from Hanover. Looks like the Big Green are putting on a push here. And as Bob indicated, Stanford and Columbia virtually tied on the other side for that third spot. Then it's open water back to San Diego and Hobart. Level now between Dartmouth, well, and Syracuse, maybe a half a seat over Dartmouth in that one spot. And then the other two crews running abreast, Columbia and Stanford. Middle of the third 500. It's really a good duel here. For all 4 of these crews are within a half to 3/4 of a length. Now Dartmouth gets ahead of Syracuse, just maybe by a whisker. The bowman of Syracuse looked over, had a look-see, and with that, Stanford and Columbia are still advancing. It looks like Stanford has taken a couple of seats away from Columbia now, so they're clearly in third. Just coming up to the 500-meter mark to go. They're winding it up now pretty soon. 500 meters to go as we reach the regatta point, the Boathouse Point. Dartmouth slightly ahead of the Orangemen from Syracuse, New York. Stanford has the best of Columbia. Let's see if the Lions can mount a charge here and come back into that third spot. Challenging conditions right now. Wind pretty good. Coming across headwind. 33 for Dartmouth, still pretty low. 34.5, I stand corrected. And they've really taken a couple seats on Syracuse now. Syracuse is going up. They're at 37. So as we come with 2:50 to go, it's the green machine from Hanover leading the pack, followed by Syracuse, Stanford, and then Columbia's winding it up as well.
We've got it here, Fred. Thank you. Out in front, Dartmouth. Boy, Syracuse has really, really worked hard in this race. Still holding second. Stanford has come up strongly. Columbia has a shot. We got about 20 left here. 15 to 20. We'll see what can happen here. It's Stanford. It's Syracuse. Syracuse had rode 38 most of the way, and they're coming up some more. They'd like to win this thing. Stanford by a little over Syracuse. Dartmouth by a little over Syracuse. Syracuse by almost a length over Stanford. Columbia would like to get that third spot, but not to be. It is Dartmouth now, Syracuse now, and Stanford now. Columbia now. Good racing. Good racing. Hobart across the line. Now. Fifth place, University of San Diego. Dartmouth, Syracuse, and Stanford into the third level finals. Hobart, University of San Diego, and Columbia will row in the fourth level finals. Here's your finish. If you look up at the big board or at home on your monitors, Dartmouth out in front of Syracuse. Deck in a seat. Stanford coming into the picture, 3/4 of a length down. Top three to the third level final. Unofficial results right up here, even as we review the finish. Men's second varsity 8 semifinal 3. First place Dartmouth 628.223. Second place Syracuse 629.090. Syracuse led a good bit of that race, and Dartmouth came up and took it at the end. A little more patient, giving themselves a little more to go. Third place, Stanford, 631.693. Fourth place, Columbia, 633.771. Fifth place, the University of San Diego, 641.318. And sixth place, Hobart, 647.257. We'll be moving into another semifinal 4 of the men's second varsity 8s. As with the race just before, these crews are racing for third and fourth level placement in the finals tomorrow. Lane assignments: Drexel, lane 1; Harvard, lane 2; Gonzaga, lane 3; George Washington, lane 4; Holy Cross, lane 5; and FIT, lane 6. We'll be moved to that race at 12:30. We'll be back with you in just a minute or so. Back to the starting dock. Semifinal 4, second varsity 8s, last-minute alignment corrections, points by the coxswains. No hands in the air right now. I would say the polling is going on. We should see a start shortly. Blades in the water. That's always an indication that we got a start coming up. Semifinal 4, second varsity 8s. We're off. Winding it up. Harvard, 47. Drexel right there with him, 46. Gonzaga's cranking it up. I'd say right away that Harvard has punched out here a bit. They're really cranking. Really cranking. Harvard's still high, above 40. No one wants to settle down. They're all cranking it out. Now we're starting to see some length. Probably 40 still, or high 30s. Lengthening it out, trying to get that stride, get into that rhythm for the mid-course part of the race. Everybody's down. We're linking out. Harvard is out. Drexel's out there with them. We're going to turn it over to Bob Jocksetter in the coach boat.
In the second varsity 8s. It is Drexel by about a quarter of a length over Harvard. George Washington in third now, about a third of a length behind Harvard. They are just a bit ahead of Gonzaga. Holy Cross a few seats behind Gonzaga and a few seats ahead of FIT. It's Drexel by a third of a length over Harvard. Harvard by a quarter of a length over George Washington. And it's Gonzaga coming up, drawing close to level with George Washington as we cross the 500. So with 3 to qualify, Drexel going hard early, leading Harvard. Harvard by a half a length now over George Washington. George Washington by about a seat or so over Gonzaga. Then it's 3/4 of a length back to Holy Cross and another quarter length back to FIT. A little tough stroke there on the port side of that Drexel boat. It sort of broke their swing for a moment. Harvard closes the gap slightly. It's now Harvard a quarter of a length behind Drexel. Harvard half a length still ahead of George Washington, and just behind that Gonzaga as we cross 750 meters. Drexel hanging on hard here, still being very aggressive, and it's Drexel by about 4 seats now over Harvard as Harvard begins to close. The Harvard boat looks fairly relaxed, but they've gone now almost 900 meters, trailing the Drexel Dragons. Drexel's at 34, Harvard's at 34, and they're both pulling slightly away from George Washington, who is just on the verge of being caught by Gonzaga. So we approach the 1,000. The Drexel lead is evaporating. Harvard closing in, but a great fight for third as well, Gonzaga and George Washington.
Okay, thanks, Bob. The Crimson do look like they've been saving something for the second 1,000, and let's see if that plays out. Drexel, I say Gonzaga rather, has gotten ahead of GW over there and maybe maintained that 1 or 2 seat advantage. But right now, Harvard is just taking the lead away from Drexel. Gonzaga, again, about 2/3 to 3/4 of a length back of Drexel now, because Drexel's in second place, and then GW, and then it looks like a nice move coming up from Holy Cross here in the third 500. Holy Cross has moved up, a half a length up on GW at this point, and FIT a half a length behind them. So this is the real painful part of the third 500 right here, the middle of the third 500 when the legs start to burn, and Harvard's got a half a length now on Drexel. Now Gonzaga is starting to challenge Drexel in lane 3. So look for those red, white, and blue uniforms and their red shell in the middle of the course. That would be Gonzaga, and they're trying to come up and challenge Drexel for that second spot. GW trying to come with them, about 3 or 4 seats back at Gonzaga. Holy Cross made a nice bid, but now again falling off the pace with 500 meters to go. Harvard looking fairly smooth, heads down a little bit, but blades always close to the water. Typical Harvard blade work is very precise, and these kids are working and are ahead of the pack here. Can Gonzaga come up and take the second spot away from Drexel? That's a question that'll be played out in the next 40 strokes. About 40 strokes to go here, and it definitely looks like Gonzaga is going to challenge Drexel for that second spot. So I'll turn it over to Rick Clothier in the tower for the last few strokes of this race.
Thanks, Fred. We've got it here. Drexel really fighting hard with Harvard. Harvard out there by themselves, though. Drexel gave it a great effort in the first part of the race. And Gonzaga coming up. Looks like maybe they might have taken second place from Drexel, but it's really close. 3 to advance into that third level final, and that's the 3 crews that you see out in front. It'll be Harvard. Looks like it's going to be Drexel and then Gonzaga, but it's going to be close there between second and third. And at the line, it is Harvard. Right now, it's Gonzaga. Now, and on the far side, Drexel in third. Fourth, George Washington. Fifth, Holy Cross and FIT. Harvard, Gonzaga, and Drexel will row in the third level finals tomorrow in the early afternoon. GW, Holy Cross, and FIT will be in the fourth level, and that's tomorrow morning. We're going to be able to give you another look at the finish of that semifinal 4 men's second varsity 8s in just a moment here. Here's Harvard finishing up. There's Harvard across. Now we'll see how close it is. There's Gonzaga in the red boat, then Drexel. Very close. Very close. We'll get those placements and times in just a moment. Here we have it, the unofficial placement and times for semifinal 4 men's second varsity 8s. First place, Harvard, 616.234. Second place, Gonzaga, 618.638. And third place, Drexel, 619.170. A little less than half a second. Fourth place, GW, George Washington, 620.536. Fifth place, Holy Cross, 627.105. And in sixth place, FIT, 630.906. Harvard, Gonzaga, and Drexel to the third level final. George Washington, Holy Cross, and FIT to the fourth level finals. We will move on now, just looking forward to the 12:45 race number 19. It is the women's lightweight 8 repechage race. We're running. We've got crews already placed in the final from this morning's racing. The lanes for this race will be Lane 1 Princeton, Lane 2 Wisconsin, Lane 3 Tulsa, Lane 4 MIT, and Lane 5 Georgetown. We're back up to the starting dock. All of the crews are on the dock. They're all kind of relaxing at the moment. This race, the top 2 will advance to the grand final to be rowed tomorrow, and the remaining crews will row in a petite finale race. 9 total crews, so 3 crews will row in the petite finale. This morning we placed the top 2 crews in each race. Those crews were Radcliffe and Boston University in Heat 1 and Stanford and Bucknell in Heat 2. So first and second in this race will join those 4 crews in the grand final. We're still 3 minutes away from a start here. We will get back to you when we're a little closer to that start. All right, we're off in the women's lightweight 8 rep. This race will, top 2 crews in this race will advance to the grand final tomorrow. And boy, are they spinning it up, because all of these crews would like to be one of those top 2 crews that gets to row in the final. Above 45, 46, 45. I'm looking at Wisconsin. I'm looking at Princeton, and they're cranking it up. Oh, a little digger in lane 3 there, Tulsa. Now we're straightening it out. All the crews are in good shape. About to settle down. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. They want to get out there and get a lead. Princeton's in good shape here. Wisconsin's in pretty good shape. Georgetown's up in there. So we'll turn it over to Bob, jock setter, in the coach boat at the 250-meter mark.
The lightweight women's 8 from Princeton has come hard out of the blocks. And after 250 meters, they've got a half-a-length lead on Wisconsin. Wisconsin has about 3/4 of a length on third place MIT. Then it's about another half a length back to Tulsa. And Tulsa with the lead on Georgetown of about 1/4 of a length. So Wisconsin and Princeton. Wisconsin rowing a couple of beats higher. And it's Princeton with about 4 seats on Wisconsin, with 2 to qualify for the grand final. Wisconsin has about 2/3 of a length now on MIT, and MIT almost a length on Tulsa, with Georgetown a couple of seats further back. So crossing 500 meters, it's Princeton, about 4 to 5 seats on Wisconsin. Wisconsin, 3/4 of a length now on MIT, then just under a length back to Tulsa, and a few more seats to Georgetown. So these crews are working pretty hard with 2 to qualify, and it looks clear that Wisconsin and Princeton are not only fighting for 2 spots, they both want to be first. The stroke for stroke, catch for catch, and it's Princeton still in the lead, but Wisconsin may have closed up a hair. Wisconsin now about 3 to 3.5 seats back. And at 750 meters, it's going to be Princeton in the lead, but Wisconsin definitely closing. It's now 2.5 seats. Then it's not quite a length back to MIT. It's probably 3/4 of a length from Wisconsin to MIT. Tulsa still holding not quite a length back from MIT, and then another 3/4 of a length back to Georgetown. So Princeton and Wisconsin, 2 seats apart now. And MIT is closing up. MIT had been nearly a length behind. They're now about 2/3 of a length behind Wisconsin. MIT's at 35. And Princeton now, as they approach the 1,000, is determined to make a move here. A little hollering, a little hooting, and they're pulling away. They've got 4 to 5 seats now in Wisconsin. Wisconsin on the lookout for MIT.
All right, this race is really developing some character here between, or I should say among all 3 of the top leaders here. MIT making a nice charge, trying to come up and cut into Wisconsin's lead here, because they know that if this is the third 500, they got to make their move now. The Tigers took a press right before the 1,000. As Bob said, we could hear their coxswain calling out a move. And Wisconsin, so they got a couple seats, but Wisconsin has checked that move right now. So it's just a question of whether MIT can come up. It looks like Tulsa may be making a bit of a move here. Tulsa rowing a comfortable 36, is trying to cut back into MIT and get up here on Wisconsin. But I think it may be a little too late for both of MIT and Tulsa to cut into the Badger lead. Middle of the third 500, it's still all Princeton. Really aggressive swing from the stroke in the Princeton boat here. She She really lays back in the bow and gets the hands around the turn very quickly. Even though the stroke rating is only 35 strokes a minute or so, actually it's a little bit lower than that, 33. She's really whipping the hands out of bow and is doing a great job of leading her team, leading her crew here. 500 meters to go. Just about a half a length, the Tigers over Wisconsin. Then it's a splash of open back to MIT. MIT about half a length over Tulsa. Tulsa open water over Georgetown. Halfway through the last 500 coming up. 250 meters to go. It'll be the orange and black. Slightly ahead of Wisconsin. Looks like Wisconsin has taken the rating up first, and they're making a move. Wisco up to 39 now. Wisco's brought the rating up, so they're going all out to try and catch Princeton here. Rick, over to you.
Thanks, Fred. We've got it. It is these two crews that have rode beside each other all the way down, Princeton and Wisconsin. Right from the get-go, took the lead, and they're open water ahead of the next place crew. Princeton up a little bit. Wisconsin's making a real run at it. They've been rowing pretty high for the last 500 here and have closed it up a bit, but it's still Princeton in the last 15 strokes, out by half a length or more. Here comes the Badgers. Here comes the Wisconsin crew. But they're overlapped. It looks like, unless we have disaster here, it'll be Princeton and it'll be Wisconsin that advance to the grand final. On the far side, Princeton. Wisconsin's making a run still. Last few strokes. Comes those Wisconsin coming on. But it's Princeton now and Wisco now. Deck in a seat. MIT now. Tulsa now. And Georgetown now. Princeton and Wisconsin into the grand final tomorrow. The other three crews, Tulsa, MIT, and Georgetown, will row in the petite final. Grand final for the Women's Lightweight 8 Championship. BU, Radcliffe, Bucknell, Stanford, Princeton, and Wisconsin. Tulsa, MIT, and Georgetown into the petite finale. We should have the placement and times unofficial up in just a moment here. We're going to give you a look at that finish. Princeton and Wisconsin, the last few strokes in slow motion. There it is. There it is. Bing, bing. And here we have the unofficial results and placement for Rep 1 women's lightweight, or the rep really, women's lightweight 8s. Qualifying for the grand final, first place Princeton, 7:15.67, and second place Wisconsin, 7:16.583. 9/10 of a second. Then we go back to third, fourth, and fifth, who will row in the petite final tomorrow. MIT, Tulsa, and Georgetown. MIT, 7:24.742. Tulsa, 7:25.494. And Georgetown, 7:34.034. Moving ahead to the last race of our morning and early afternoon. It is the repechage race for lightweight women's 4s. In lane 1, Fordham. In lane 2, Radcliffe. In lane 3, MIT. In lane 4, Boston University. And in lane 5, Princeton. We're a few minutes away from a start there, so we'll leave you for a moment and get back as we get closer to that race. Back to the starting dock, where we are less than 2 minutes away from the start of the final race of Saturday's program, the rep for women's lightweight fours. 4 crews from this race will advance to the grand final. They will join Stanford and Wisconsin, who were the winning crews this morning from the 2 heats. This race comes down, to come right down to it, is about eliminating 1 crew from the grand final. So 4 crews, the first 4 crews across the line, will join Stanford and Wisconsin in the grand final for women's fours tomorrow. We're down at the starting dock. All the crews are tied on. Doesn't look like the polling has begun just yet, but it should be quite soon. A little bit of adjustment on the courses. If anything, that wind looks as though it's died off at the start, and we should have a start momentarily. No hands are in the air. Blades are in the water. We ought to be having a countdown right now. Here we go. We're off the line. And these fours are cranking it up also. $45.5 for Radcliffe. Fordham, 45. MIT, 44. BU's up in there also. Princeton, a little lower, 43. Now we're spinning it out here, wanting to settle down and reach out, and it looks like I've seen a shift already. So we should begin to get our stride, get into that mid-course pace and that mid-course rating. 200 meters out, Bob Jocksetter will be picking up this race shortly. Very difficult to determine a leader because it's pretty close across. Bob, take it.
Radcliffe's lightweight women's 4 leads the final race of the day, 250 meters in. Radcliffe has a little bit of a lead over Fordham. And on the far side, Boston University. So 4 of these 5 crews are going to advance to the final. Just behind Fordham, there's a fight between MIT and Princeton. They're pretty much level. So it's Radcliffe by about 3 seats over Boston University, and then it's open water back to the fight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. It is still Fordham in 3rd, and they have a deck length on both MIT and Princeton. So crossing 500, it's Radcliffe by about 2/3 of a length now over Boston University. Boston University has about 5 feet of open water on Fordham. Fordham now beginning to pull away from the other 2. They're a half length up on MIT, and MIT has 1 seat on Princeton. So Radcliffe continuing to go to the front. They've now got nearly a length. It's more than 3/4 of a length that they've got over Boston University. Fordham still in 3rd, a few feet of open water behind BU, and now 3/4 of a length ahead of MIT. MIT now has a deck on Princeton. So at 7:50, even though it's 4 to qualify, Radcliffe is busy making sure. They now have open water, just a little bit of open water over Boston University. Boston University getting closed in on a little bit by Fordham. It's gone from open water to about 1 length. Fordham is pulling away also from MIT. That's nearly a length. And MIT has about a deck still on Princeton. So Radcliffe by about 5 feet of open over Boston University. Boston University exactly 1 length ahead of Fordham. Fordham now 1 length ahead of MIT. And MIT still holds that pretty tenuous 1 deck advantage over Princeton. And that's the real fight. 4th and 5th is the real fight, because only one of these crews will not be advancing to tomorrow. So approaching the 1,000, it's a half length of open for Radcliffe. BU second, 1 length ahead of Fordham, and a fight for the last qualifying spot, a length behind Fordham, between MIT and Princeton.
All right, Bob, it is pretty stretched out from 1st to 5th. The Radcliffe crew is, I remember yesterday they had a little bit higher rating. They got a little more headwind today, but nevertheless, that stroke has still got that kind of snappy rhythm, and she's got her crew right out in front. It's a crisp, very quick hands around rhythm, and then they try and slow the wheels down a bit before they catch, let that boat run out, and it looks to me like Fordham is coming up now to challenge for that 2nd spot away from Boston University. So those three are your front runners. But again, we're only trying to determine the top four finishers here. The fifth will not advance, and it's really a race between the Engineers from Boston and the Tigers from Princeton. Princeton are going to have to get the engines fired up here a little bit with 7:50 to go. There's no tomorrow unless they can capture one of those top four slots. Steady as she goes from the third 500 for Radcliffe. They're sitting up pretty tall. They don't look overly exhausted yet, which is a good sign. Fordham stretching it out ahead now of Boston University. They've got a good half a length over BU. We'll see what happens tomorrow in the finals. But all three of these crews look very comfortably positioned to go into the final. So it's just a question of Fordham and Princeton, where that's going to fall out here in the next 500 meters. It's a race to continue into the championship weekend right here. For one of these five crews is not going to advance. Radcliffe open water, a half a length of open, or maybe not quite, a third of a length of open over Fordham. Fordham a full length over BU, and then it's just MIT slightly ahead of the Tigers. Let's see if the Tigers hit the rating button here first and try and get the stroke rate up to make a challenge to qualify for that final spot. Still 33. Still 33 for the Tigers. No change yet. They better make up their minds to get the rating up right about now. MIT holding them off. MIT 1. Coxon's got to be getting concerned at this point. MIT ahead of Princeton, but not by much. And over to Rick Lothier in the tower.
Thank you, Fred. Radcliffe out in front, doing a nice job. Fordham in second, BU in third. And it looks like MIT slightly ahead of Princeton coming into the finish here. Radcliffe in front. Fordham doing a nice job coming up there. Want to get in this tussle. 4 boats will make the final, 1 will not. Here's BU in the red shell here. MIT and Princeton really going at one another for that last slot. At the finish, Radcliffe. Now, Fordham. Now, lots of open water back to BU. BU at the finish. Now, it looks like Princeton might just be going to take MIT right here. Princeton now by half a deck. And MIT. I'm going to wait for the officials to make that call, but from my perspective here, Princeton drew up level and went on by that MIT 4 that had held fourth place there for a long, long time. So we'll just wait for those unofficial placements and results. Maybe take a look at that final one more time in slow motion before we make our final call here. Here's our finish with Radcliffe out in front. There. Fordham. There. BU will be next. Red shell into the picture and across the line now. Here's that close call now coming up for that last qualifier. You can see Princeton has already now gotten a few feet. A little bit more. It's most of a deck. Princeton and then MIT. So Radcliffe, Fordham, Boston University, and Princeton will move forward to the final for tomorrow. And we have the unofficial results. First, Radcliffe, 814.979. Second, Fordham, 817.420. Third, Boston University, 828.267. And fourth, Princeton, 833.951. Fifth place, MIT, 834.795. Radcliffe, Fordham, BU, and Princeton joining Stanford and Wisconsin in the grand final tomorrow morning. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for tuning in to this morning and early afternoon for the second day of the Intercollegiate Rowing Association National Championships. Great racing, tremendous competition. We've established things for tomorrow's last day of the competition. We'll be back again tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with the men's lightweight qualifiers, first and second heats of men's lightweights, then the lightweight fours. We look forward to having you with us then. We thank you for watching today's competitions. Good afternoon.